We don't got, look, that's our field of view. You can move.
What the hell's going on, right? Are they live right now?
No, we filming the video.
Oh, gotcha. Well, they're live to me.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
You're
What's
live.
going on, everybody?
All right, so can you stay in the frame?
Yeah, man. See that drink right there? I'm tired.
Go ahead and get the drink.
I'm tired.
I ain't trying to hear that.
I'm tired, Dave.
We're here to work. I was about to tell the people
We're here to work?
I was about to tell the people that if there's anybody in the world that works as hard as me and this is what we do, it's probably you, because I know how much you printing and moving around, flying around the world, trying to drive around the world, not even flying around the world to sell printers.
I just want to get people printing.
All right, wait, can I get the intro?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Come on.
This is the intro. We don't have to capture it up.
I gotta do my intro.
This is the best intro
I gotta
in the world,
introduce
man.
you.
It's natural. Everybody doesn't know who I am.
Brother.
That's perfect. Keep it that way.
No.
Why not?
Because that's not how YouTube works.
Oh, we're doing this for YouTube. I thought I'm doing it for people.
Yeah, my people.
Yeah, right.
So we gotta do it. All right, here we go. You ready?
Do your intro, man.
All right. It's been a minute since we talked about DTF here, and it's been about 2 years since I met Brother Ernest in Boston. Man, it's been a lot of things that changed in the DTF world, so I'm here.
That's when the American printers, dude, exploded. Do you remember we went to pick that printer up?
Can we get
dude, that was the beginning of it all. Now,
listen, we're going to have this talk right after the intro.
Now they're the most sought after fucking printers in the world, and we were just so before anybody's awareness. You know?
I know.
Yeah, totally.
It was crazy. So a lot's changed in this.
Yeah, I don't want to drop it, dude. I dropped the other one. They shattered.
It's a ledge right there. Put it up.
Yeah, I get paranoid about that, man. Yeah, so keep going, man. We're just chilling out.
Hold on.
And
all right, guys, we're here ready to go. As y'all know, Brother Ernest is on the go already. I'm trying to get it to start the video, but I want to talk to you briefly in this video about the what's new in the DTF world. There's some printers out here. There's some printers that just dropped. I want to get your thoughts and opinions on that, and then we'll go into some other stuff. How do you think?
yeah, so I really can't tell you what's new. I can tell you where the industry is going, and the reason I can't tell you what's new is that I'm so consumed with our LEP 8 and 10 channel printers and staying ahead of this fluorescent curve that we're all starting to migrate into. And I don't really know what's out there, but I knew if I had 65 grand just laying around that I could waste, right? I know exactly what I would get that I could print right in this area. And it's a new technology that's about to come off restriction and be entered to everybody. And it'll be available on our Epson printers and a currently $38,000 DTF printer out there that is powderless. And so we're like really racing toward that area.
So have you heard of the Cobra?
Dude, it's an epic printer, but it's a Chinese printer. However, Jim does a great job. Listen, man, they are all good printers, right? You can sell, and I'll kind of focus on the owners of print businesses. I know some businesses that get kicked a hell of a lot around more than I do. And they assume a large risk selling printers to people in this world who are crooked and evil. You know, that it puts them at a risk of every time they sell a printer, they've got to support it for a year. And the thing I'm like, I'm not your print daddy, right? I don't have the time to teach you how to do this. You should already know how to print. And there are other companies that'll train you from how to use the internet, how to use your computer, how to make an Adobe file, and how to print.
So they seeing it as, that people are seeing it as something they can get into quickly. And start to
Dude, everybody can get into DTF quickly, right? You just take ink, and whoever created this term,
but they don't have the knowledge base. I think
you don't need it to start. Whoever,
yeah, but that's what you're saying right now. It's like, I'm not going to show you how to, work your computer.
Yeah, right. The type of customer I look for all the time are ones that have blown up Epson printers. God damn, I just bought a $2,000 printer and it blew up on me, a little desktop. Yeah, and it happens to everybody.
But that's because they
just keep figuring it out. Yeah, right. They're overworking it. It's not made to print, 50 photos a day. These printers can't handle that. The print head overheats, and you get one order and you're printing 50 transfers, just blasting that thing out, and people love it.
And that's where like my view on it is like I didn't want to get into DTF because I felt like I would be spending more time printing transfers. Like it would take me back.
It's not worth it, and that's a good point to get into. I tell everybody that DTF is like living, with your ex-husband. You just can't stand him, and sometimes he works. And DTF is like, a husband living with a wife that can't cook, doesn't do nothing. They're just sitting around nagging. And so that's what DTF is like, because everybody can get a printer, put the ink into it. Doesn't take that much common sense to fill up a printer. How do I do it? What ink? Go to your frickin' rip, right? What it does take a lot of work is to keep that printer running, because everybody can fill it up and run it. It's when you lose your nozzles, it's when a part on the printer goes out.
That's
you need to be your own printer mechanic. You need to be your own basic printer technician, and nobody wants to do that.
Right.
And those are the type of
And that's how I feel about like screen print, where it's like printing is no problem. It's the everything else you got to do to get the whole process going and reclaim and quote all of that stuff. So that's what it in my mind when this came out. That's kind of why I stayed away from it. I know we talked a bunch about getting the printer and all this stuff. Like I could, but
it's too much work, man. I mean, so I got to thinking about it a few days ago, and you see all the people out there, and they have these 13-inch printers, and they sell their transfers for $3 a square.
That's what I was going to get into next.
And you're like, you cannot make a living doing that, because your print head will cost you $800. The technician's going to cost you $200 to $400, and then you're crying because you broke a 4900, and it simply is just a matter of you replacing the print head and the motherboard. And there are computer technicians everywhere.
Yeah, see, and I got the knowledge base to replace motherboards, and if I really wanted to, I ain't really get into print heads and stuff.
Right.
But I got the base where I could figure it out. You know what I'm saying? To do that stuff.
I don't know how we got into that. Oh, right.
It's
the price of transfer.
But it's a nightmare. I got a degree in computer science. I learned computer repair all my life growing up. I do not want to touch any of that technical stuff.
So the small printers have problems that the belts have to be tightened, and the gears have to be lubed properly.
I just want to get in my car and drive. I don't want to have to change the oil.
But you have to in all vehicles. That's what people have to understand is DTF is work, man. How do you spell DTF? W-R-K. A lot of work. It's work. You're working to make that printer go. You're creating a climate environment, which may have to be like a $5,000 rehumidifier. There's so many things that make DTF to work, and then you got these people out there working for free.
Yeah. And so what about like the price of transfers? What mistakes are people who are selling transfers making, in your opinion?
Well, so if you think about it, right, what do you pay somewhere like some of the world's largest companies to get your transfers done? If I were to get them done at stalls, which I have got them done at stalls years before, and I remember thinking to myself, golly, that screen print transfer was really a lot of money. And that's what made me start doing my own transfers. And so I called up David, and I'm like, hey, David Lewis, man, I need some screen transfer paper. Man, he got it right to me, and I never looked back. The resolution and the quality is what you want to look for in a print. And that goes with screen print. It's a very soft and constant feel because the operator is pulling the squeegee back at a constant rate. There's nothing working against him. Their climate, he can figure that out. When you get into the smaller printers, and the smaller printers are always better than the Chinese printers, and that's because they print at a higher resolution. So let's say I were to get something like 12 by 18, and although this is not a transfer, I can already feel the difference because I know Supercolor and other fill best transfers in the screen print market.
You can't say that because they're gonna think I told you to say.
Nobody tells me to say shit. I'll talk about your mama. I ain't even afraid, It is what it is. So their transfers are a hybrid process, right? And we've lost that technology.
They say that the hybrid process doesn't exist.
Who says that?
Some people on the internet. It's no such thing.
Well, yeah, I do it. You have to have a nice printer.
So it does exist?
Yeah, I've used it, right? I don't want a DTF, right? No matter if I had a Chinese printer or mine. Our Epsons, we can drop down to 7 by 720, and we're printing quick. We can already do 20 transfers at 12 by 12 at 2880 by 1440 resolution per hour, right? and the quality is stunning. You know,
How many per hour?
you can do 20 resolutions per hour.
20 transfers per
Yeah,
hour.
right.
That's a lot of time. I mean, that's fast in the world of DTF because I hear about 4 prints an hour.
Well, so there's some printers that can print 1,800 feet, per day because they can print 326 feet of film. They don't use all the film. We round down to like 285, 300. You can print that in 5 hours.
Right. Gotcha.
Right, and so your profit on that by the time you're done is like $1,800. How many times do you want to make $1,800?
Well,
So
your profit on that is about $1,800, but at what price point are you selling them at?
Well, so yeah, that's a good point. I already priced it out. It's $3 to $350 per 326 feet.
Okay, so you said you're doing how much for a 12 by 12?
Well, so that would be like a $3.50.
And that's what people are charging for.
Yeah, so that's the problem though. That the solution is you charge that rate if you have an Asian printer, right? That can print fast. And that's the key. You can print at a low resolution, 720 by 720. Maybe you can scratch above that. I don't think you can because of the print heads. But you're able to print. You're covering in 5 hours. You're covering a roll of film, right? So with ours, you're printing at 2880 by.
But this is also assuming that you're running it non-stop too, right?
Well, yeah, you need a technical operator. The Chinese printers are for the shops that want to put out a bunch of transfers, and they have a technician that can run the printers, and it should not be the owner. I mean, the owner can't be doing everything, and the owner's, it's just not made for it.
I'm like in total agreement. It's just like now I think like people are so, and it's funny because they don't want to be told, like they don't want a customer to come into them and say, you know, I want cheap prices, right?
Yeah, right.
But they want all of the cheapest products.
This is not cheap. If I were to get super color, it's not cheap, right? So what's on my chest right here is not cheap. It's not DTF, it's not super color, but it's a process that, you know, people are like, damn, dude, that's really bright. I need that. Super colors transfers are a good quality.
We didn't even hear to talk about super color.
I know, but
they hear enough about super
I'm getting to the point of this is that, you know, if you have something like this, Stan calls me like a day ago or 2 days ago, says, hey man, I need some transfers. And I'm delivering a printer down to Virginia Beach. And so right before we left, we had these printed and, you know, I printed them at the shop, and now I don't print because I don't want to be printing all day. I mean, people don't understand it, right? There are people that want to print all day. And so, you know, the difference is that, you know, we're really talking transfers that are printed at 2880 by 1440 resolution. Obviously, that's not as fast like the Chinese printers, right? So if I had an order that I got hit with that was 2,000 different orders, right, I'd farm them out to the Chinese printers. Yeah, because I just want to get them back. Doesn't matter.
So that transfer was sent to me by a guy, or that design was sent to me by a guy, and I couldn't believe the transfers that the company sent him.
Yeah, well, they don't know on their end. They've got an Asian printer, and listen, man, I don't hide. You don't bring me on, and so if these things were purchased by a company, I'm gonna call.
Yeah, we going.
I'm gonna call and definitely get a reprint of these because the original ones are printed with a 720 by 720 resolution, and you're throwing down a lot of ink.
Man, listen, I was so surprised when I saw this.
The Chinese printers struggle when the text is very small, right? Whereas, you know, any of these desktop Epsons that are out there are going to be able to print that because the print heads are up to 2880 by 1440 resolution, especially if they learn how to trigger their rip.
Yeah.
So that's what's happening. I got into all that to tell you that the better quality of the print, the more you should be charging. The Asian printer markets came out and they destroyed the market for transfer companies. And now that DTF is out there, these transfer companies are now trying to jump into the DTF game by buying their own Chinese printers and shipping them over, and they hire a technician. They're already 70 grand down, right, without a doubt. And then the Cricket Mama, they can just go pick up an Epson, or I've had Cricket Mamas buy them for me, dude. And these Cricket Mamas are, $40,000-$50,000 a month in transfers that they're buying from F&M Transfers, or one of the other transfer companies. And I'm telling you, man,
it's a ton of business models out here that people are sleeping on.
Yeah, and so they'll charge like $225 a transfer for screen print, and yet you got the Epson person out there, Cricket Mama with an Epson, and they're charging $350 a square foot. And when I look at that and I say $350 a square foot, man, I want you to calculate that out and tell me how you paid for your printer. We're in a shortage of printers right now, right? You can't get American printers. The Epsons are drying up all over the country, and you can continually ship in the big Asian printers, where is if I had a printer, I'd want one that would sit perfectly right here and print and not be loud at all. So the problem is that, one, the operator's not charging enough, right? You have these small 180 nozzle printers with 6 channels or 8 channels, like a 3880. You cannot print 25 to 30 transfers because you're printing, you're powdering, and you've got a small desktop printer, right? And it's printing very slow.
Yeah, no question.
But the resolution can jump up and it's very bright.
I feel like getting into the space, you got to pick which side you want to be on. Do you want to be printing transfers and selling transfers, or do you want to be making shirts?
Right,
if you
right.
want to be on the side of making shirts, I just feel like, me personally, I'm riding with, Supercolor. I like the quality. I don't have to think about it. I've tried all of these companies in the past, and this one here I can always consistently rely on.
It's getting extremely competitive.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is.
Right.
It definitely is.
And it'll be that way until the small Epson printers can no longer be found. Right? When the industry.
I mean, it's going. People gonna find a way to print them if they want to print them.
Well, they're going to run out of printers because the ones that are charging $350 are not covering their costs to repair them.
So do you not think that, I don't know, we run out of printers, but you don't think Epson is going to get into the game?
I absolutely do. Right now, the Epson F3070 is a $45,000 printer that they just released. It's a DTG printer. It prints 100 shirts per hour. Right? It's big. It's a monster. So they sunk a lot of money into that Epson F3070, and all they have to do is go back and get one of their 24-inch models, and they still can't do that because there's a shortage on the current models that they have in. This is a problem. So can they get these printers?
Are they going to get into the market of DTF printers that are, less, that cost less? Are they going to do what they did with the sublimation printers and come out with a 570 and a 170?
Well, I hope so. The printers would work. Why would you need to buy an Epson, why would you need to buy a Chinese printer when Epson's got a 24-inch DTF?
Right.
Right, that's what I think. And there are sublimations that are much faster in printers than F570 and F6370, but the printhead technology is what is amazing.
Yeah. So
I hope they do, because that means if they do,
then you out of business.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I never got into this business to get rich or make money.
I know, you just fucking love the printer, huh?
Yeah, dude, I love to print. So I'm not, people are asking.
So then what are you going to do when Epson is flooding the market with these new printers? These, let's call them 6.
Well, I'll go back to doing what I did before, and that's grow cannabis.
All right,
yeah.
left.
Well, no, that's what I did before I printed.
Okay.
But you look at printing and growing cannabis, both take a lot of time. One makes a little bit more sense because.
So some people say Brother Ernest wants you to buy transfers, but he sells DTF printers. Like they say like you don't know which side you're on.
Well, that's incorrect, and this is why. My first type of customers to the shop that already has their customer base. Mm-hmm. I'm outputting 50 shirts a week to DTG, to the guy I'm outsourcing. Mm-hmm. Right, that's a lot of shops across the country, and I walked into
2 in Texas. It was pretty dope to see. They were running like crazy Etsy sites. They had like freaking 12 employees, and they was just.
Man, my friend Tony Helms, he has these big, huge laser engraver printers, man.
I know Tony.
Yeah, dude, he can print on freaking so many things.
Me and Tony got into it.
Really? Yeah, I've gotten into it with Tony too. So I've gotten into it with everybody.
Hey Tony, I like you, buddy.
Dude, he's a great printer. He's probably one of the best printers I've ever
Why you had to
encountered.
come fuck on with me?
What?
Why you had to come pick on me?
I don't know, man. Remembering the days of glory. That's I don't know. I don't know the whole story.
It's all good.
But you know, Tony's an awesome guy. I don't know anybody that prints. He loves printing so much. He built this big ass shop behind his house. He's like, dude, I just want to print at home. And I look and I say that
we should go visit him.
Dude, he'd love it, man. You know, the ability to print right behind your house, dude, and he brings his child out, you know, and they're in the playpen.
All right, 1 second, because listen, guys, this has been DTF Talk. I'm going to end this video. We're just going to go live because it's obvious that I'm not going to get one constructive video out of my man, Brother Ernest.
Nah, dude, I don't work like that, dude. I told you, I'm like a bumblebee, dude. I'm like a bumblebee.
Our first set of videos, I had you on point when we was driving in the car. Yeah, remember? And we sat at your crib and I was asking you questions and you was answering them. We was good. We rolled right through each video. But it's all good. We just going to go live.
Yeah, whatever.
Me and boy Stan Banks here with Brother Ernest.
Were we live the whole
Peace.
time?
No.
Dude, so the industry, yeah, the $3 per transfers, why they do that, I don't know. That's like me only charging 50 cents and Walmart charges $3 per photo, you know? And we can't save this, so what does this stuff do?
It's like tea.
So, I get real paranoid when I travel, you know, I go into ghost mode. And I turn my devices off.
Because you think Big Brother watching?
Well, sure they are, dude. You got a phone in your hand. You know they're watching you. Where did you get these ones done? Where did these?
Why are you watching me? That's super cool.
That's all super cool. Yeah. See, that's perfect, man, for what they're doing. I have a laser printer that I do this on.
Come on, brother. We got to take a picture. Let me just hold it up. Brother.
What did they charge you for some of the first? Oh, the first, they even got the state in there.
Yeah, man, that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, they told me. It's very cool.
Going live with the brother.
If you're selling transfers, dude, it makes sense that previous to
You want to
ETF.
keep walking everywhere. You're going to put this over here so we can get a wider angle, and hopefully the people can see and hear.
Dude, that's your little Roland, huh?
Yeah, I was gonna test out printing DTF transfers on it, but I don't got just one color.
How do you put transfers on there? Oh, it's got a press in there.
Huh?
It's got a press in there. That's right. So how would you put a transfer on that?
What you mean? I just lay it on the thing, the tray.
I guess a screen print doesn't need pressure, does it? This is a little t-shirt holder.
I'm talking about. What up, y'all? It's your boy. Y'all know what's up. I'm here right now with my guy.
Dude, I think this printer. Can I say what I'd like? I guess I can. But I would never get a little printer like that.
Yo, honestly, that thing is actually pretty cool. Like, I consider the Craft DTG machine, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a crafter's toy.
But I made money with it. Like, it's been situations where it even bailed me out of certain situations and before just having it.
Anything that prints on a dark, that's only a light shirt.
Only a light shirt.
Yeah, because you don't want to weed a bunch of stuff. So if it fits in that A3 size, it's perfect. It works.
Let me get my charger. Talk to the people, man.
What's going on?
Don't go off the rocker.
So we're talking right now about the errors that DTF resellers or printers make. We'll talk about it in a moment when he comes back. Other than that, man, I'm delivering a printer. A truck's ahead of me and I'm behind it, but I stopped to see Stan and the truck headed on. And the printer, we're delivering it into Virginia. And so I like to travel in ghost mode where I turn off my phone and, put it in a little, aluminum bag. And I just like to show up when I get there, right? I'm not in a hurry to get anywhere. I'm carrying one of the last of the Epson DTF printers that there are in the country, so I don't want to get in an accident. I drive slow, I take my time. What's going on, everybody? I can't see you anyways, that far away.
I'm back.
We should turn the heater on.
You cold?
Huh?
You cold?
No, man, the heat press.
Oh, the heat press? Just flip the switch. I just flip the switch. Flip the switch.
So all these Delawares, man, where do they go?
Me?
Yeah, where?
Well, I got a clothing brand. Well, I used to have a clothing brand for Delaware.
Oh, what happened to it?
I just got busy doing other stuff. So, you know, I can only put my energy in so much. And these people get all my energy. I give them all of my energy.
You're selling that, aren't you?
Should I?
You should.
Why?
Because with the money, you can buy a far more productive printer.
Like, what printer would I buy?
So, this is my opinion, right?
It doesn't matter where I put
I'm
the
always
camera at.
I'm always just gonna level with you. I would not in my time buy a white toner printer ever again. I refuse to.
Okay.
You can get your ass kicked with the white toner printer because a customer will come in all pissed off, their print faded, cracked, peeled, and sometimes on the very first wash and dry accidentally or wash. So it's not a good product, right? You can spend your money in so much more efficient printers. But if you already got one, you know, you can utilize a menu function to print menus. You can print cards, and it becomes a great document printer.
So
That's just my opinion. But there's also printers, what I'd buy in the place of.
tell me if this is valid, right?
Yeah, what?
The reason that I do not want to get into DTF printing
Yeah.
is because I like systems. I do not want to spend time troubleshooting, maintaining any piece of equipment that I have.
Right. And I can understand that. You know, for the average person, they should be buying transfers. They shouldn't be getting a DTF printer. You can get a DTF printer when you dedicate that I do not have to work at my business to keep my business financially operative. If you
When
buy
you're on the job.
If you buy a DTF printer, that means that you need to be dedicated to running that printer. And they take up so much goddamn time. You know, I get irritated because your entire time is gone. You know, I was just printing a perfect nozzle check. Now I'm not. You know, I came into work this morning. Now my white's not printing. Do I have a clock? Well, how fast can you pull out your print head? How fast can you solve problems? You know, if you're going to get into DTF printing to sell transfers, then you should be an operator.
How much? What is the minimum?
Yeah.
If you wanted to get into DTF for the purpose of selling transfers,
Yeah.
what is the minimum amount your setup should cost? Like straight out.
You want to print transfers?
Yes.
So my question would first be, do you want to print transfers that are vector art, or do you want to print transfers that have halftones? You know, what looks like a mixture of printing functions, spray paint look, you know. You cannot print those with the Chinese printers. You have to now come down to one of Epson's printers. And this is where the speed comes into factor. The Chinese printers are faster, and the resolution is what makes a difference. Being able to print something in that spray paint halftone look is very hard for the Chinese printers because they lay down so much ink.
So what would that cost? So how much?
I don't know, sometimes I've gotten calls from colleges or schools or friends of mine, and they're like, dude, I've got an Epson printer, do you want it?
Mhm.
And so, you know, I've got printers for free that I've refurbished, and I've got printers that, you know, cost my wife a fortune, which are the large Epson industrial printers.
Yeah,
that we buy.
but don't think about you. Think about a person. Like
It depends, you know, if the person, if
Brother Ernest, today I want to have a DTF setup that I could probably make about 10, let's just say 10 grand a month with, and I need to be running enough transfers. I want to make that much. What equipment should I get? How much would that investment cost?
well, how much do you want to work on your printer? Do you want to work on your
I don't
printer,
wanna
or do you want to print?
I want to print.
Yes, so I would get one of the Epsons that I have, which I don't have that many
But what does that setup cost? So how much should a person that wants to get into
$15,000 for a printer.
Okay.
I mean, with that's a starting. But now there's a shortage of everything, and we're in a supposed
so
war.
15 grand for the printer alone, or is that a full setup?
No, that's the printer alone.
Okay.
Right. If you're getting into a full setup like a dryer or one of our powder shakers, and you're all the way up at $20,000. But there's also Chinese printers that are 2, 3, 4-headed printers that you can get. If you're going to print something like this, and this was not printed on a Chinese printer, this was printed over at Supercolor, right?
Why you always trying? I just keep telling you that they hear enough about Supercolor.
No, listen to me. I know. I can either print these for you myself, or I can say I don't want to screw around with the time. If you have a transfer like this and you wanted 500 to 1,000 printed, and you said I need those in a week, right? Or if you 200, 300 printed, they would be able to get these out to you with color matching ability instantly. Next, I would say if you want to get transfers and you never know when they're going to get here, they could take 5 days. I've delivered printers everywhere, and I've heard people trash everybody's name. Dennis Moon's transfers are milky. They show up and they're just flooded with water.
No more name dropping, all right?
Yeah, no. However, that's when the technology began, and people are so unforgiving that they forget that this industry has changed so fast.
Yes.
That now the prints are becoming very efficient. And so I show up, and the first thing that I say, don't trash another printer, and this is why. You can't blame that printer for something that he discovered or he brought into a market. I brought DTF into the small printer desktop market, and people blame me for shit that I have no control over. Oh, his ink. His ink sucks. Well, I don't make my own ink, right? I've left that dog in its own yard, and I want nothing to do with it, right? And I'm the kind of guy right now that, although we print transfers every day, I don't do it. I don't want to print transfers. I mean, I am the guy that says, I just want to sell a printer, teach a person how to operate it, and give them the best setup from start to finish. I tell people every day, you do not need a big desktop printer. For what you need, Ernest, I just want to print 10 to 15 transfers a week. And my website's very clear. Don't call me, right? Go get yourself a little desktop printer and start there. When you feel like you've got that L1800 and it's kicking your ass to run it and it's broken down, you don't want it, then you upgrade. Maybe I should go up to a faster printer. I'm at 90 nozzles. Maybe I should find an Epson P800 somewhere. And you can't find them.
What about the Epson, was the 4300?
What is it?
1430.
Well, that's a very small printer. That's a 6-channel printer. So, you should only be printing, 25 to 50 transfers a week on that thing. It's not made to print 25 to 50 transfers a day, man. The print header overheat, fuse on the motherboard will blow. So many things will happen. Those are small desktop printers, perfect for the person. 20 to 50 transfers a week. They want to clean the printer. You should print more though, but they don't have the business. So for the guy that comes in and they upgrade from that printer because they blew the print head, then they go to one of the larger units, a 4800 or something, which you just can't find them anymore. 4880s.
So do we talk about like people are selling transfers for $3?
Yeah.
Right, and they're using these.
What printer are they using?
A setup under like, I think most people aren't spending more than $5,000, right? Some people are, buying setups for, I don't know, 2,400.
Dude, I don't want to sell to the small desktop people wanting to print it at like $5,000. Dude, they are the worst fucking nightmares ever because they don't know how to print. They get their printer and then they tell me, Ernest, how do I put my cartridges in? And I'm like, well, didn't you read? It's all over the internet. And look at your rip. I'm not gonna piggyback you. And there are some people that have paid a training fee, and I show up to go set their printer up, and they don't have all their reset cartridges.
Right. So
those are the here's where I'm going.
Error.
Right. Well, the user error has everything to do with it because these users blow their print heads day one. They just fry their print heads. I didn't know I was supposed to have a cartridge with cleaning solution and all my empty cartridges. That's the person I don't want. They're the nightmares, or the people that I upgrade from a terrible printer that we didn't know was in the market, that it was terrible for DTF. I have, if you go look at my wall, Epson P600 DTG printer that I made, that I printed over 7,000 7,000 shirts on it flawlessly, right? But when you throw DTF into the mixture of the product, the printer blows. It's a terrible printer. I wouldn't wish it upon, an enemy. So it all depends on the printer. It all depends on
selling and transfers.
Yeah, that's another problem right there. So you're selling transfers, and
say, okay, I got the desktop unit.
not a transfer made, not a transfer.
So
made.
listen, so we got that. Let's say that L1800 person.
Right.
How much should they be selling for a transfer?
Oh, the L1800s.
That person.
Each transfer should be $8 to $9 starting.
For what size?
For the 12 by 18. $8 to $9 minimum, because one, they're using one of the last, so it's not only that printer, but the 1430 you mentioned as well. It's a 12 by 18 printer.
We got McGaw Technology in the building.
What's up, man?
So you saying a person printing on the L1800 should be at least charging
$8 a transfer, but you got these idiots out there selling transfers for $3.50 per, and they think that they can. What are you going to do on an L1800? It takes you 15 minutes to print an A3. How many $3 are you going to charge per hour, right? That guy's going to take your transfer that you took and printed for $3.50 and resell it for $8 to $10 per shirt, without a doubt. So they should raise their prices. Everybody that's got a smaller desktop printer should not be charging $3.50 a transfer, because your print head can print at a resolution of 2880 by 1440. And therefore, the greater the resolution, the more detail you can add to your print.
Right. So now let's say somebody had a P800
Yeah.
that they're using.
It's the last of a treasure.
But I'm just saying, I know that's one of your favorite printers. So say that was
It's all that lasted. I would never use one today. For me, it's not a production printer.
Yeah, but I'm saying I'm a talking home desktop person, right? So give me a
How
good.
big of a desktop? I've got some
Just a 24.
desktops that'll fill up that whole damn.
Let's say I want. Come on, can we have a
the
general
best
conversation?
DTF printer that's a desktop is Epson's 17-inch printer.
Which one?
Well, it would be the 4900, but you can't find it anymore.
Okay, well, what can I get today? Give me a printer that I can get today. Somebody at a home setup. I don't know all the models. People are using them.
Where do you get them from?
I don't know. They buy them used. They buy them from Big Boy. They buy them from whoever.
So the problem with people that are doing that, and they don't have a workable, technician.
Where should I go if I wanted to buy a DTF printer today?
Yeah.
Where should I go buy my printer from?
What do you want?
Not yourself.
What do you want to do? Print transfers, or do you want to print your own shirts for your customer?
I want to print my own shirts for my customer.
Yeah. So I wouldn't buy an Asian. I'd call up. Hey, brother Ernest, I need 4900. I heard you have the last in the country. Yeah, that's the best desktop printer that there is.
Okay, so I got a 4900.
Yeah.
How many transfers can I print an hour?
So that is a 360 nozzle printer, and 10 channels, which all the channels haven't been worked out yet. So you could print on that printer, depending upon your size, 17 to 20 transfers per hour.
17 to 20 transfers per hour.
Easily, right, and that's at high resolution.
Right. So then how much should I be selling those transfers?
Those transfers, because of the resolution capability, every desktop printer from the L1800 all the way up to Epson's series, because they have the Epson print heads, best print heads in the world. I mean, even the Chinese printers use an Epson print head. But these printers print at a resolution of 2880, which means that your prints are now photographic prints. They are not what's considered vector art. You're printing photographs. Therefore, a photograph print should always cost more than a vector art print. And the problem is that people who have these small desktop printers are not charging what they should be charging for a print. And when their printer breaks down, they're crying. Their print head's blown, it's overheated, the motherboard has blown a fuse, they get an error, and they're crying because they weren't charging enough for all those transfers. And guess what? Shit hit the fan, and now it stinks. rather than charging enough, bringing in, sorry, my printer transfers cost $8.50, and that's at a 720 by 720.
So that's basically what.
That's my thoughts. Will
So
everybody
let's
do
say,
that?
like,
No.
if you say in best case $20,
For
right?
what?
I mean 20 transfers an hour. Best case scenario, you everything is cool. That's what you
Yeah.
print. All right, you should be charging. And what's the dimensions on that per sheet?
Well, so like that one there, can you lift it up? Let's show 'em. That
I don't want
one.
to show them that. No.
But that's a perfect
Okay,
example
but
because
just tell
that's
me
a
the
24-inch print.
So is that
These
what I'm getting?
printers
Is that
ex-
what I'm getting with the 40? Which one you just said is the best one?
Well, the 4900 only
4900.
was 17 inches wide.
Okay.
And you never want to go border to border, so you're printing it 16 and a half inches wide.
Okay, which is fine. So I can make 16 wide by how long?
You can print indefinitely on that. It's a
I
roll.
got that.
It's a roll
I
printer.
got that, but if you say
326
what
feet.
size shirt, what
Oh,
size
16
sheet?
by 20, I think.
Okay, so
Like
16
heat
by
print
20 will
size.
give me 20 of them.
Precisely.
It'll give me 20. Okay.
Sure.
So, and I'm selling these transfers for $8.
Right.
So that's $160.
Per hour.
Okay, now how much of that is truly profit?
Well, so that's the thing, that's the beauty, is every printer, including the Asian printers, the longer the run, if they can make it through the whole feed of roll, or the whole roll, then their profit is combined by the length of film, 300 feet, because you waste so much film during the
Yeah, during the
print
process.
start
But
process, right?
okay, but just to
So let's
simplify
just
for
knock it
people-
off to like 300 feet. So, at 300 feet, you're looking at $3 a square foot, and then you double that because they can only print it like 22 inches wide. They can't go beyond that
Right.
because of the metal brackets. So by the time you're all done with everything, you maybe have $2,000 in your pocket. That's great for 5 hours.
Well,
no
let's-
doubt.
let's go
That's
back-
the difference between the transfer printer versus the person who's printing like I'm after, the ones that say, hey, Ernest, I just want to quit sending out all my DTG prints. I don't want to do DTG anymore. I just want to do DTF, and I'd like to get a printer to handle my own in-house prints. I send out about 100 to 200 DTG prints a week. And those are the people that I look at and say, hey, I've got the perfect printer, sits right inside of your business. It's not loud like the Chinese printers. You don't hear the banging of the ovens. But at the same point, it's not considered
Right.
a fast transfer
But
printer.
I wanna
Though
go
you
back-
can lower the resolution and pick up speed, a lot of speed.
I want to go back to the simplest form for people out there who are getting in or wants to get into it. They're looking at it. You see it in the groups and forums all the time. So if I can print 20 transfers in an hour at $8,
Yeah,
$160 an hour.
right.
Give me a rough number on how much of that is profit and what are you including in it?
Well, so your consumable is your print head. When you buy a printer, you want to charge enough prices to cover the cost of a new print head, right? That's a consumable. You can't buy a printer and put DTF into it and think that the ink is just going to let the print head stay alive. Eventually, it's going to die. The print head is going to crash. Now, I've printed so hard and fast, about 6 to 7 months is where my print heads fail. But by then, I've gone through thousands and thousands of prints. However, you have to have somebody there. If somebody's there, the prints can last longer. We're all prisoners to China because China is making the DTF ink. And America has really failed on the DTF production where, companies like Kodak and many others were supposed to get in. They've not produced anything. Is COVID stopping them? Is a war stopping them? I don't know. But the failure of this
Don't
whole
go
process.
left on me.
I'm not left or right here. I'm just saying that the whole process has caused a shortage of inventory and products, which is why I think that the 24-inch printers that I love, and even some of the older 24-inch printers like the 7880s and 7800s should be at a price point in my mind of about $11,000 to $12,000 because the shortage, the capability of the printer, they're great printers. But alas, there are no more. And I mean, I've just hoarded up these printers because I see a real shortage coming. I see,
I don't think there's going to be a shortage.
You don't think so?
I don't think it's going to hit.
There's already a shortage. If there wasn't a shortage, Epson would have a DTF printer already out.
I mean,
ready to go today.
When you look at
Hey Epson, if you're watching, man, will you please call me up and I'll help you build a Epson DTF printer. Not that you'd need
I
my
don't
help,
think
right?
there
But
there's a
help.
printer there's a shortage of printers in my opinion from what they want to sell. So like
Now there's a shortage of printer
because
because
they're not made
DTF
for
is
this.
on fire, man.
But
DTF is on fire, and that's why sublimation has exploded because finally Epson came out with a small desktop printer.
so
that
do you
kills
think
it.
that they're gonna go that route with and we're gonna get to Omni real quick, but do you think that Epson is gonna go that route with a printer? Are they gonna do a 570 and 170 version for DTF?
If there was an abundance of material, sure they would, right? The problem is that they've invested all of their money into the Epson F3070, which is a 100 shirt per hour printer, direct to garment, both white and color, and it's an entry price of about $45,000, and it's a dual-headed system, and they could simply just add a roll to the printer. Like, you know what, we don't freaking need a desktop. Let's take it, or not a desktop, a tabletop. Let's take out the tabletop printer, let's put in just roller wheels, and let's add a roll to it, and bam, I'd buy that $48,000 printer myself.
So does brother
But it won't come out. You know,
does brother get into it?
Because Brother and Roland are looking at it already.
Okay.
I mean, so
Who else?
all of the Chinese printers that come over here from China are just remanufactured.
What about Muto?
eco-solvent
What is it
printers.
called? Muto?
Muto.
What
Right.
about their printer?
It's a slow printer, and again, it's who is printing for. If I'm printing 50 shirts a day that I need printed, I wouldn't use a Muto. It's too slow of a printer. It's like equaling in a Epson L1800 or an Epson P600. It's going to operate at a slow speed. It's known it's going to take me a while to print some transfers.
Have you seen Omniprint's new DTF?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
What do you think about it?
It's a 180 nozzle printer. And so again, it's not made for the person that wants to hustle shirts.
It's only
It's
12.
made to capture just a market of printers who are saying, well, I'm doing a lot of DTG, I want to save work.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think it's a printer that that I would put into a shop that's screen printing, 400 or 500 shirts a day. There's no way.
And look,
It's not a fast printer.
So from what I saw, I think so their DTF transfer, the one out when this first all came out and they introduced their kit for DTF.
Yeah.
Before they did that, I went to go visit them and they were testing it out. The shirt that I produced with that gave me the best wash result out of all of the DTF transfers I've tried thus far. Now I haven't printed your transfers.
You've never printed mine, right?
Yeah, so I'm gonna get I got these here. I'm gonna print these, and we're gonna see what the results is. But I've never had like great results. So this is where
the whole industry's too young to think you're going to get great results. Listen, here's the damn truth, right? And I'm just here to tell you the truth. Nobody gives a damn.
Hey, that's what I do. And they,
yeah. So
crucified.
Nobody's going to be out there printing transfers. That are all the transfers they print are just gotten by. They're just barely getting by. Right. People don't care. The fill is soft. DTF is a good product, has a good washability, but it's very young. That's why if you're ordering inks from China, and kind of we all are, each week the manufacturer has made a different white. That's why it's so damn hard to get a consistency out of the STS, because grinding and mixing the ink is just impossible. But I like to work with them. But they're, other people call them schmucks, whatever. I'm like, hey, they're made in USA. And but the inks are inconsistent. And so it takes me profiling every single page or every single refill of ink. And how do I know that there's not mixture white from the last one? I got to print out of it. It's very, very aggravating. And so everybody's like, this store's film sucks, that store film sucks. I ordered film from this company and there's mildew all over it. Well, how the hell do they know, man? They order 50 rolls and the rolls just sit on a boat and they come over in the climate and, it's all different. And until an American company steps up and comes forward and says, look, I made my own paper and my own film, let's get after it. We're all bound to China and we can't break free because people love the technology.
So I'm going to double back.
Yeah.
Right? So you told me that if I had an L1800, I'm printing 4 transfers an hour at full size.
Right.
I should be charging I mean, shoot.
On an L1800, $8. Dude, it's too slow of a damn printer.
I don't
You
even
just
think
can't do it.
Okay,
you cannot do it.
but how much of that is profit? If I'm
It's hard to
forward?
say because the
Just give me a
L1800,
rough number.
I can't because the
On
L1800
materials.
will break, man. The fucking thing will just quit working. You're like, God, yesterday, dude, I printed perfect nozzle text printed 20 shirts. Come in today, damn thing doesn't work.
I want to take that out.
Sledgehammer.
What's the consumable cost on a full size A3 sheet?
Consumable cost?
Yeah.
Pennies on the dollar.
How much?
Well, so
50 cents. Film?
I can take my film, which is a 24-inch roll of film by 326.
Cut it down.
Cut it, yeah. I don't have to cut it down. I can
Okay.
just sell the rolls. I have 44-inch rolls and larger.
But tell me,
But I might spend $200. And so
Okay.
go look at my website. I'm not making any damn money right on the powder. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the film, powder, ink. They're just like, I want low price, low price.
Yes, everything.
And then they're
is low
selling
price.
products that are shit. They go to peel it off and it sticks to the shirt and they're screaming. And then you have the company out there saying, look, I have premium film and premium ink and we've tested it where we are. It can't be the same everywhere because you'll turn on your heater or your heat press and the damn ink won't work. You'll go to print and it won't work. And everybody screams, that's a terrible company. It's like, no, we're all learning. There is no United States company that we can all run to, all American.
There's no standard.
They're all buying Chinese products and shipping it in,
Yeah.
It is what it is, man. And so it's hard to say. Then on an L1800, if you successfully printed prints, and this is not from an L1800, but you could say this print here, if you're the average person, it's $3.50. I became a slave to print it. Your donation of at least $5 is appreciated with every print. But they don't want to do that. And they slaved over that damn thing. It took me 14 minutes to print this.
Okay, can you give me an answer to on the 4900 printer that I printed?
Yeah.
The 20 sheets
Well, there's a difference with that print head. What makes that printer so nice?
Forget that. I just need to know.
Well, this is what
what's the cost of doing business for an hour running a desktop printer that prints 20 transfers an hour?
I am like the man who knew exactly what you're going to ask. And that's why I'm going to say it depends what print head you have. If you have a 4880 or 4800 print head or any of the smaller desktop printers that are 180 nozzle printers, it's going to take you a hell of a lot of time to print 20 transfers. You can do it with the B600, but you become a slave to run that printer. Cutting the sheets or taking out the sheets. And then you get into the 360 nozzle printers, which are like the roll printer I was telling you about. Or my big printers, the LEP 8 or 10, which are the 24, the 44-inch printers, right? They have so much more capacity to run because they run on a roll feed.
So here got a question for you. When is DTF at its best?
When your printer works.
But at what
Like
level?
I said, when that printer works, it's like living with your ex-wife or your ex-husband. Man, everything's great. It's working. It's the moment that a small problem, God damn, I got a print head scratch. And then the problem keeps getting worse and worse and worse. You're trying to figure out your platen height. You can't get the powder right because all of a sudden today you come in and half your print is powdered, the other half is not powdered. And you're like, God damn, what's going on? And it's a humidity issue,
It's all the stuff that you see in the forums that you're talking about here. But at what level, like, who is the perfect person for a DTF printer? Because listen, everybody wants one, whether they got a big shop, they just getting into printing, they can't even afford a printer.
There's some people that can't afford a printer, and so it's just sitting there and they're not utilizing it. It's a really weird market.
But
they've got Chinese printers, they buy them, and then they're like, hey, I'm selling this.
The question is, who is the perfect person for DTF?
Whoever doesn't want to send out their artwork. If you don't want to drop ship your direct-to-garment shirts, or you don't want to send your transfers off to a Chinese company or a company here in America that's making transfers, you want to keep everything in-house.
Right.
They're the perfect person for a DTF printer.
Okay.
Because they have to realize, okay, look, I am now becoming a slave because I don't want such and such company slaving their transfers for $3.50 a square foot. Oh, it's not a problem, but my printer's down for a week. Well, it became a problem. You weren't charging enough. So anybody that doesn't want to send out transfers, they want to do everything in-house. Their technology is is more of an advanced shop that's operating in there. They're not there with a little Epson 2720 printer that's converted or made to a sublimation printer. These people are already running full printers.
So what's the true cost of doing business when it comes to DTF?
The true
Right?
cost
Because
of
listen,
business.
the reason that
You're already in business.
here's
You're
the
not
deal.
depending upon this DTF printer to make all your money. That's the kind of shop
Here's
that
the
they
deal.
say, hey man, let's try it out, let's give it a go, and
But here's
then
the
they
deal.
become the perfect.
I feel like the cost of the transfer is so low.
Yeah.
Because everybody's pushed.
Let the dumbasses out there print the transfers for you.
But everybody has pushed on how cheap the consumables are. Oh, it's 25 cents. Oh, I'm only paying this much. But that's only for what they come out to be the film and the ink. Like, people don't know how to include the cost of a print head into their stuff.
Yeah, they don't.
Those
are the ones that get the printer. So here's how you know. Most people buy their printer and they want to print transfers with it, and they upgrade from like a 1430, and from a 1430 you see them at a P600, and they're constantly outgrowing their printer, and it's too slow. They make the realization, I can't get any work done with this. I'm babysitting it. I'm trying to get my ex-wife to a gym or something like that, and my car's broken down and they don't know how to fix it. Whatever the cause is, man.
My guy right here, Dress Comfy Diaz, said you can't count profit until you made $2,500 for parts set aside each year.
Without a doubt, man. That's why when I sell
that's deep.
When I sell printers to people, I say, hey, listen, man, there's a $3,000 warranty, and that's going to cover. Bring it to my shop and switch it out. I got you. I want you printing. But with that printing, you have to use my ink, because my ink, I know my ink, and I'll figure it out until I get the ink solved, right? So I at least want to help in that cost. Now that there's a shortage of printers, I'm like, do I really want to do that? I don't know. Yeah, so you need to bank enough money to pay for your printer parts and maybe a technician and run that printer. And when you can do it, then you can talk about.
But the common person isn't gonna
They're not made for DTF printing. The common person and the shop that's selling 200 screen print transfers a day because they're ordering from a transfer company and they don't know shit about printing, but they're great at selling, should not be running a DTF printer. If you call me and you're that company, I will never sell to you. I want to sell to a person that doesn't want to buy transfers and outsource their DTG work. I want them just to close that market. And that's the friend that I want to make. I don't give a fuck about a customer. I want a friend, and that makes perfect sense. And that means there's going to be times that you scream and you shout with those little desktop printers. I've knocked out the air 2,000 times punching in the air, and I got to tell you, man, until you realize I'm spending too much time working on my printer and you change what's wrong about your process and it's the printer, you should be in that 360 nozzle printer. I think my printers are the best printers in the world, and I'm not biased. I've destroyed every Epson printer in the market. I cannot destroy these printers. I've tried.
Right.
That's my opinion. But then there are people that say, I just want to print transfers. Ernest, I need to print 2,000 of these a day nonstop. And I need to do that 20 times a week. And then I say, well, I can get you a 3-head Chinese printer. It's going to cost you out the ass in both production and consumables, and you're not going to be in that $3.50 a market. Let the dumbasses work their asses off and suffer in their business. DTF can destroy your business if you're the wrong kind of business that buys a printer, because you go sell yourself 100 transfers and you realize how hard it is to make them.
Yeah, and that's the thing where it's like people don't consider, like, for a while it was a narrative that I was anti-DTF, right? And I was just anti to work. My time was too valuable.
You're anti to work, right.
My time,
dude, you're not. People don't understand that. When you realize it, that's why. Look, I tried to sell you a printer in the past. You're like, dude, I don't want to work.
I just want to fucking make my shirt.
Yeah, but I'm like me. I love to print, man. I love to print. You're like, dude, I helped you move the first DTF printer that was used here in America for DTF, and I got to tell you something. It's a lot of fucking work. When you get those small desktop printers, you're a slave to that printer, dude. You cannot do anything else but fuck with that printer, and it's going to haunt you in the night. You know, but they're great. If you want to print 20 transfers a week, great, get a little L1800. But if you get that order, the problem with DTF is we get rush ordered.
Yeah.
You know, so all
everything, everybody's in the group. Who can make me this tomorrow the cheapest? It's like synonymous.
Fucking block, you know. You don't understand the price of transfers. You know, you are the perfect person who should be selling what I consider some of the best transfers in the world, right? Because you're buying transfers. You know, if you're worried about cheap, you know, you want to utilize somebody else's slave, call somebody in China and say, hey guys, it'll take you 7 days to get me some transfers. I have 100 transfers here. Will you print those to me and get them in 7 days? You know, because who wants to get all these transfers in 1 day? And you're a person with an Epson P600, you're like, I'm sorry, I may be able to get it in. I get you 5, but if I turn off my printer and turn it back on, the colors aren't going to match. That's the problem with these small printers, man. There's so many variables that go in that. I will never in my life again print a job and stop and go to sleep, turn my printer off and clean it and start again in the morning because the T will never match on a little desktop printer. I can't do it. I've tried. It's not made to print nonstop. So, yeah, hey, we want you to print, you know, all these transfers and get them here tomorrow. So, well, do you know why the Asian printers can't? People running the Asian printers can't do that because they've got so much business that they're just printing transfers that are basic transfers.
So we talked about a few printers. I want to talk about the Cobra.
The Cobra Flex.
Mm-hmm.
It's a powderless transfer, right? You're not going to catch cancer by using it.
Yeah. Oh man, we didn't get into the health of
that's why I don't print in my home anymore, right? Because I have a little baby now. My little baby's there with me, and what I will do is I'll heat press something, but I won't bake the powder, you know, in the house. All these machines.
So a lot of people are like using it casually, not you know.
They don't know any fucking better. They're like the people that got into these epoxy tumblers, and all of a sudden now they've got fucking growths in their throat. You know, their eyes have cancer in them because they weren't wearing the proper masks and gloves, and all that epoxy got on their skin, and they've got just like mangled skin. And there are dangers to using products like that. And there's dangers to using, you know, powdering the transfers in the whole process of baking the transfer. You should be in a very well ventilated place. You should already be in a screen printer's environment. And yet you got these, you know, cricket mamas out there that are doing this right in their yard. Well, hey, I mean, I printed right in my own freaking living room, but when I got a baby, I'm like, maybe I should stop. And although everybody says that the particles are harmless, I don't think they are. I think they're very dangerous.
Yeah, I was watching my
the
guy,
transfer should be more.
I think he got a channel called the T-shirt Crusader, and he was doing DTF, and he started to feel some health issues. So
you may, right? You're breathing in the powder, man.
He stopped printing. It was interesting.
You know, I knew this beautiful lady, man, and she made tumblers.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, man, she looked like she started getting old really quick, and she got sick from the tumbler epoxy, you know, from baking that stuff and having, you know, 8 rollers sitting in front of her. And of course you're going to get sick, man. You should be in a hazmat suit if you're doing that.
So, I heard recently that, you know, like Amazon's getting into it. A lot of other companies are getting into it.
It's not that Amazon's getting into it. It's just that resellers are now realizing people need film everywhere and they don't want to pay an exuberant rate of shipping. So if a reseller wants, you know, and I've done it, at times I've got, you know, different opportunities, you know, to tell my wife, hey man, throw $10,000 in this market and go put some film out there and see if it'll come up on Amazon. And she's done it and sold all the film. And then it's like, hey, go put, you know, $100,000 into a bunch of printers, and she does. We're just not at the place where you can do both. So if somebody's already an Amazon power seller, they could just sell DTF products. And think about it, man, I can have my fucking film in 1 day. I mean, if you're anywhere near Boston and you need film and I have it in stock, I get it out and it goes in the mail. It can reach into New Jersey in a day. You know, so DTF film, there are sellers now putting DTF film on the market.
So let's talk now a little bit about white toner.
Yeah, why?
Why not?
It's a dead market.
You think?
I know it is. So, you know, it's like screen printing is in real danger of being phased out.
Screen printing?
I think so, man. That's why
I'm about to have hate crimes all on my
No, listen, man. That's why all the companies are getting into it, right? All the companies want to get into it. It's a very tedious process, right? So if I were going to screen print this, what I've got, 1, 2 colors, right? So it'd take me a couple hours to set up my films, and
Just 3 colors, but okay.
yeah, three is in here, 1, 2, 3, right? It's even longer. So by that time, somebody needs 50 shirts. I've already got them printed. You're ready to start screen printing. There's very few shops, and I know I screen print a lot of shirts every week. You know, the industry, if I look at it, and the time to use screen printing is when it's one color, vector art, you know,
That's
two
what
colors.
People tell me I'm crazy, man. I never wanted to do two colors was my max.
Yeah.
Like I did 5 color front, 3 color sleeve, and all that stuff manually. You talk auto, okay. You know what I'm saying? You got to just set it up and you just run them, right? I took some shirts to Total one time, but I wanted all my artwork to be one color. 2 colors, okay.
Yeah, it's easy to print when it's 2 colors, and so you know when is the time to throw in a DTF order? The time to throw in a DTF order is when you want more than 2 colors. You start getting into 3, 4, 5 colors, you start paying screen fees of like $20. You know, of course, it's very expensive. So that right there already tells you just to get the screen printing going, you're at a $60 disadvantage because you're making screens. Where if you took that same DTF printer and said, "Hey, man, I need $60 worth of printing," you know, he's going to put you ahead of the game. So the DTF printer loses at one color. We get our asses kicked because nobody really wants to print one color with the DTF printer. It takes a lot of work, whereas screen printing, you just make a transfer and be done. I make great screen print transfers. Nobody ever orders them, but man, mine are just really tested and tried. I've used them. I know. I've printed my own.
So if you guys got questions, go ahead and drop them in, man. We're going to keep the... Oh, yeah, this is where I want to go.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. My man dressed comfy. We had a brief conversation about eco-solvent earlier. Let's talk about it.
Dude, I am one of the greatest eco-solvent lovers. If I had to buy a DTF printer or an eco-solvent printer, I would easily, unless I already do, see the kind of customers that I deal with already have eco-solvent printers.
Yeah, but
if I had, an eco-solvent printer, listen, eco-solvent printing for t-shirts is a lot of work. You have to weed the transfers, but it's a fire and a sensation right now. I have 5 Roland RF 640s in my shop that have just been refurbished by Roland, and they're great 64-inch printers, man. They're some of the best ones out there for the durability of printing. And I love eco-solvent printing. You know why? Because I'm not just a t-shirt printer, right? I do stickers, I do vinyl car wraps.
I should have had you bring me some.
You know, you have what stickers? I got a shitload of stickers. You know, so it's one of the.
I should have had you make me some stickers.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I did.
You didn't make me no stickers.
Yeah, I did.
For what?
Huh? I make everybody these stickers, dude.
I'm talking about for me, of me.
Oh, of you.
Of the brand.
Listen, man. If you guys want to get rich,
Print stickers.
right, you'll obey Brother Ernest. You know, and you'll make sure. So these are all different prints, from inkjet printers to eco-solvent to bumper stickers.
This one's nice. What's this one printed with?
Eco-solvent photograph.
I like this one because it has a double line. Like you got the edge on the perforation.
Right.
You got 2 different
Stickers for inkjet printing.
Kiss cut.
Yeah, Kiss Cut stickers. Cannabis.
So
yeah,
tell me,
HTV transfers, right?
eco-solvent. You would go eco-solvent. Tell me the different. Give the people an idea of the different things they can print on an eco-solvent
versus a white toner.
No, just.
Dude, I would take a baseball bat to that and just, knock it around a bit, right? Don't spend your money on that. And we're beyond that technology. That's all there was, in 2012, 2013, 2014. That's all there was for the t-shirt industry was white toner. Now we're beyond. You don't have to worry about if your print's going to crack, peel, or fade, or anything like that. You're just able to print. And you're able to give a shirt to somebody with DTF and say, hey, we're in 2020 now. In 2021, when DTF started in 2020, in 2022, it's only getting better and better and better. That's why I tell people all the time, you can't blame the people that have Chinese printers or even Epson DTF printers, because the technology is changing. The ink is getting better, and they know that there's a demand being put on them. And I wish that companies like DuPont and Epson and Roland would come out with their own American-made ink, and there would be a consistency, because the ink can break a printer in a moment. You get your printer going, and you've got ink. All of a sudden, you reorder your white, and your printhead is blown. Well, that's because people don't know where they're getting their ink from, and they're getting their ink from China, who's bringing the ink to the highest bidder, and they're going to the lowest seller. And but hey, that's how the market's run. I'm just asking for an American company to step forward and give it a shot, and that's why I work with STS a lot. And though people say all the time, man, their ink sucks, it does, but you know, that's what there is. And then I order from companies like DTG Pro, and I order from, you know, anybody that say, hey man, you got some white ink, you know, that's not going to blow my print head. I've tested it and tried it, and everybody doesn't have the secret solution.
So,
because there's no American company.
So talk to me about the DTF, the new powderless stuff. Is it called?
No. So DTF powderless right now is held down in the market by Cobra printers, and that's about to fall to the wayside. I'll come back to the eco-solvent point.
Okay.
Because eventually you're going to be able to make your own powderless transfers. We're not there yet. We can do it. Right, you can make powderless transfers.
But the time on it was
the step of work it takes to do powderless transfers would mean that your production costs would go up. So if I looked at that in eco-solvent, I looked at a DTF printer and an eco-solvent printer, what would I buy? What do? Do I print more shirts? Do I put more vinyl on cards? Am I ordering transfers from stalls that were screen printed? Am I ordering transfers from Ernest? Am I ordering transfers from, you know, Susie Art? Am I ordering transfers from whoever they are, right? Do I want to print those transfers, and how much of a slave do I become? So if I had to think, I would say, well, I don't want to be the guy that's printing more t-shirts and all. With my eco-solvent printer, I can print a bunch of t-shirts. And I make incredible 12-inch eco-solvent transfers. I'll do it at 24 inches, however wide a person wants to do. And then they can weed their own transfers. And that's blowing up in the market right now. So people ask me all the time, Ernest, would you rather have latex, or would you rather have eco-solvent, or would you rather have DTF?
My guy from the print house says eco-solvent and latex. He has both in his shop.
Yeah. That guy I was telling you about, Tony Helms, man, has incredible printing capabilities, right?
So which one was the answer to the question?
Which one is better?
Which one would you choose out of three? Latex printer, eco-solvent?
I like eco-solvent. Eco-solvent, in my opinion, presents a brighter ink, has a better color gamut. But if I want to do less work and I don't want to have to worry about running my printer, and I just want to basically sell a couple of things, and I would definitely go with latex.
Who makes DuPont?
What? Who makes DuPont ink?
Yeah.
DuPont ink.
I don't know. That's what the question was. I didn't get it.
Oh, DuPont ink. Yeah. So DuPont ink is very well known for their direct-to-garment ink, and of course other paint inks. But you know, when we put the pressure on these companies to quit selling, you know, American import or Chinese imported products into America, and we put pressure on these companies to come out with their own American ink. You know, the market's there. There's now, you know, hundreds and thousands of us in DTF printing. You know, we've all gone through the headache of the industry, right? So
we going through the headache of the industry?
Oh, it's going to get worse. I mean, we've got some headaches coming, but if I don't know, it's really hard it depends on the shop. You know, if the shop wants to get into stickers, if you want to do cool shirts, if you want to do, you know, inside wraps, floor wraps, car wraps, you go eco-solvent. You know, latex is for those people that don't want to have to worry about cleaning their printer and keeping it maintained. And so there's a market for latex, dude. You can do cool things with it. Latex has to be laminated, as well as eco-solvent. The durability of eco-solvent could last a little longer than latex, but you can make good money with either printer. I know I have a lot of eco-solvent printers.
So tell me right now the process of doing powderless DTF. What is the process? Where is it at right now? What are the times?
What do you mean,
what
what
is
are the
it?
times?
What does the process look like?
Well, instead of powder, go ahead.
No, I seen you display it with somebody at a show.
Oh, Jim. So, the powderless process of DTF is incredible because you don't have the chemical reaction, of the powder, and you could just print with that thing in your garage because you just turn it on and it's heating transfers.
So what is the difference in it? Besides so how does it attach and adhere into the shirt?
So it has a pre-treat in the shirt,
okay.
And you can achieve the same results, through a direct-to-garment approach with DTF ink. In other words, you use a hybrid pre-treater, and you either spray it on or use your spider pre-treater.
So then with that basically allows you not to use powder. How is it just as durable as everybody says DTF?
Yeah, it's just as durable, sure.
That didn't sound too confident.
It's softer because there's no powder.
Mm.
So the idea now on the.
So what holds the ink together? How does it? It can't.
Dude, I'll give a free shirt to anybody that can message down and figure this out, right? It's from a movie. So the quarterback presents the play, and he says, "Hunt." It's from Waterboy.
I was about to say it.
Yeah, no, you weren't. So nobody said it fast enough, and I said the answer.
You barely figured. Yeah. I knew what you were about to say.
The difference is that just like
football movies is my thing, so I know.
Really?
Go ahead.
So yeah, because you used to work in
that's my thing.
Boats, right? Did you ever make a boatload of money gambling on teams?
No, I didn't.
Be honest.
I just coached.
You just coached, yeah.
I coached and played.
I know a guy that lost his house gambling, so he's the reason I never gamble. And that's why if I'm going to buy a DTF printer, I'm going to buy one of my 24-44 inch printers.
When you buy that printer?
Why, it works.
Oh.
I don't have all these headaches of the L1800s. It's usually my headaches of the printers come from the cartridges are failing. Because they're Chinese cartridges.
I gambled in college.
Yeah, did you make any money with it?
I never lost.
Really?
I would only gamble with $20.
Man, I know people like that. They just are great at gambling.
I came up with one night I came up $5,000. But I would never leave with more than $20.
That's incredible, dude, really.
Yeah. I never would lose.
Never lose. You hear that, man? So, the powderless everybody's going to soon to be doing powderless printing, right? So the market's coming. Right now, we're just, it takes 2 to 3 heads to do powderless printing. And so everybody that's, importing these Chinese printers will be able to do powderless printing. And we have 2 and 3 headed Asian printers as well, but I don't sell them because I want everybody to buy my Epsons because they're just headache free. So there is a learning curve with every printer, but the least learning curve I think you're going to have is with EcoSolvent, right? But you can do more with it. It goes back to that again. So if I had a dream purchase, right, I would buy one of my Roland EcoSolvent printers, my DTF printer, and if I had one of these white toner printers, it'd be where I print my receipts on, and invoices and stuff like that, because it's a great document printer. But the technology has evolved to that, and I would definitely think that you could get in the money or get in the business with an EcoSolvent printer and make enough to buy a DTF printer, or vice versa. But here's what you're not going to do, right? You're going to buy an Asian printer, import them in from China, or buy them from somebody in America who manufactures or rebuilds the Asian printers, and you think you're going to get rich in the transfer business, and you can't, because they set the limit on their own market by starting out so fucking low that they killed their entire selves. So now it's going to take 5 years of Chinese printers to get those transfers up to where you can start making money. Because I think that if you're using a 720 by 720 resolution printer, which would be something like this, right? And you can print 300 feet in 5 hours, then you should be at a rate of like $5 to $7. And then the desktop printer should be at $8.50 to $9 a transfer. And then you get into things like right over there that I printed that are like $20, $25 for that.
So should the common person, should the home printer person cut line and buy a desktop DTF machine?
Should they buy a desktop DTF making transfers? Well, yeah, because it fits a market, right? The market that it fits is that you can now print full color graphics. You can print full color graphics that you don't have to mail off or mail off to get printed. You can print those in house, and you need 25 to 50 a week, or a day in some cases. I don't know. I'm just thinking, So
somebody said, should they buy? Oh, so should I return my ET 8550? Eco Tank 8550.
Well, you could always do this. You could always. Well, the 8550 is an Eco Tank. It's very hard to flood the ink out of there and clean the lines. You have to draw it up by a syringe and all that. I would never buy the 8550. That's going to piss off a lot of my friends who sell 8550s, right? They're just a headache to me, and there's no way to. Every time you shake the printer to move the ink, you can end up damaging the printer. The printer just wants to be left alone. Don't touch me, unless you have to. And so no, I wouldn't buy an 8550, but you can make a few dollars with it.
Somebody said, what about the Mongoose setup?
So the Mongoose setup is a DTF printer imported from China, and the Mongoose printer can print, it can print transfers like this right here, and they can print, 30 maybe transfers per hour.
That size?
11 by 11, I think, because it's 2-pass, 6-pass, 8-pass print head, and it's perfect for printing simple graphics, right? And you want to haul ass. You want to print like, graphics that are in the 720 by 720 resolution. But when you get into full photographic like what I'm wearing here, that printer is going to struggle to print those items. But if you're printing stuff for baseball teams or football teams, any of the Chinese printers are going to be perfect for this. Even my printers would be perfect for this. It's just that they're not going to be as fast. Now, what happens when the Mongoose printer breaks down or any of these Asian printers break down? I hope you bought a trade-in warranty. Warranties are something that you should
better have.
Yeah, that you should.
It's like a prenup.
Yeah, that you should buy with your printer, because that's telling the printer maker they're either going to cover the cost of your print head or you'll be able to buy a printer from them. So like some of the Epsons that we get from Epson are decommissioned, meaning they don't want them in the market anymore after, I get the printer. And so eventually all these printers just become decommissioned, and Epson says,
they said, brother, don't pick up that super color transfer no more.
Well, no, it's telling you now that's a good question, right? So
if that is a question.
Oh yeah, this is how I always think. They're like, don't pick this up anymore, right? This is how I always think. Now, if you had to print, 500 of these, super color is going to be faster, or the hybrid process is going to be faster than Chinese printers. Where the Chinese printer kicks the every desktop mama or cricket mama that has a printer, right? Where they're kicking everybody's ass as they're working like slaves to blow their printer up. And so I tell people all the time, hey man, if I got a lot of transfers that I have to order and I want the best price, let me just call these people up printing transfers at $350, per transfer, and say, hey man, I need you to blow up your printer and print me 100 transfers after I've paid you my $350 per transfer. Go fuck yourself, because your printer's broken. You're not going to be in business. You're going to be hustling to get another printer. And you watch these people, right? And they're not consistent. They go from printer to printer to printer to printer to printer, and they're hoping that they can find one that works. And they just, when one printer breaks down, they start anew. And that's why one of the first things my wife did is she said, Ernest, we must employ our own Epson technician. And so she and I hired the guy on the spot and said, dude, you work for us. And we repair printers and we rebuild printers. And if you don't have a technician that'll work on these printers, there's people that call me all the time. They're like, I bought a printer from this company here and they don't have a technician that can come and help me. And I'm like, where the hell are you? Indiana. Oh, you're going to find a ton of printers. You're a ton of technicians there. No, you got to send your printer back. And people don't want to deal with that. And so they get into this, stupidity of chargeback. I want to charge back, So you're going to punish a company who sold you a working printer and you broke the printer And I've had even people tell me, "Oh, Ernest, I just got a printer." I had my friend Joe calls me up and crying that he put his inks in wrong and he blew his printer up. I'm like, dude, what do you want me to do?
Right.
So warranties, right? We hire our own technician now because if a printer breaks down, they can send their printer to us or bring it to us, and then we repair it and we get it back down. Back to them. Now I've been working under the hands of a technician now for 1.5 years, going on 2 years, and in about another year I'll be a certified technician. So the importance of somebody like me is I can identify a code, I can find out why a printer is malfunctioning and get it working again.
I don't know why you would want to do that.
Because I love to print. I was born to print. That's what I think I was made to do. Like, why won't this fucking thing print? Why is my print coming out dry? Why is the humidity in my print dark here but bright here? What the hell's going on?
See, me, I know, again, I say this, my degree,
yeah,
I graduated with honors, is in computer science. So,
okay.
And I grew up fixing computers, breaking them, building them, turning them out. I know the work that goes into maintaining technology as a whole.
Oh, dude, without a doubt, and I'm not even.
But I don't know why anybody would want to sign
this
up
one
for
company
shit.
Calls me and they say, "Hey, Ernest, man, we need you to bring us another printer." And I'm like, "Well, you've already got one printer." "Yeah, Ernest, but we need to hook those printers up to the Ethernet." And I'm like, "You want to run a Cat5 connection? Are you guys fucking crazy?" And they're like, "Well, yeah, our department's way up there and our print department's way down here. Do you know how to do that?" And so I sat there for like 8 hours figuring it out, going, man, I am not a Cat5 person. Do I want to be working on fixing communication problems on printers?
See, and that's what I have. I went through Cisco and all of that stuff with it.
Yeah.
But like, people don't understand, like, in my opinion, knowing like my computer history, and I've dealt with printers and stuff, just not to the level of what it is. But like, when you even just get a computer and you gotta repair it, it takes so much time.
It takes time, and I don't think that the people that...
Just imagine. So for these people who had these desktop printers, right?
Right.
If you were to take, even before like right now, when computers got so cheap, but if you would have dropped your computer off, it was $150 just to look at your computer.
So that's why Cricket Mamas and, God bless the Cricket Mamas, they keep the whole industry going, but they should not be making these transfers,
I think,
because they're not going to know how to fix their problem. You got half these people that have DTF printers that they've gotten, they don't even know how to keep a Sawgrass printer running perfect nozzle checks. It's a lot of fucking headache when you get into DTF because it's not a stable product. Every product, ink can work on one side of the country, and you're like, man, I know, I've sold ink to people in Florida, so the ink should work the same in San Diego. And it doesn't. It has a bonding reaction with film, and you're like, same over there, but it's not the same here. Then everybody's like, you're a crook, and you're thinking to yourself, I'm not a crook. There's a problem going on that the printer is too stupid to figure out. That humidity, climate, environment, whether or not the inks were shaking and all this, we're all brought into play. I shake my inks every day, May not be the problem of the inks. It may be the film. Oh, I've gotten this film. Ernest, why are my colors not coming out correctly? Well, you've got to figure out how to profile your printer. And you're the wrong person for this. You're thinking it's going to be like a roll-in setup. And a roll-in just shows up and you go to click print on your EcoSolvent and prints a beautiful photo.
Somebody said, I can no longer print white on my P400. I gave up. I do have a P600, not even worth converting, not for me.
Yeah, sell that P600. Make the money, cut your loss, and try to get into something above.
So my question to you is,
people that print transfers on P600s are out of their fucking minds.
So I need a direct answer to this question right here. Just, give me a quick rundown on the state of the DTF industry.
It's growing. Nobody knows where it's at, right? We're all waiting for somebody like Roland or Epson. God, I wish they would come out with a DTF printer to stop the invasion of Chinese printers. America will take back its own. When we can print our way out of debt. And so those people who have these Chinese printers, I've sold people with Chinese printers that are sold from companies here in America, and they're like, Ernest, it's too much trouble to get working. I just want an easy printer that'll print me 25 transfers per hour. Can yours do that? It can do that. It's very easy to operate. You're gonna fuck it up, but it's easy to repair. Any Epson man can repair the printer in the nation. Whereas the Chinese printers, they're very complicated, and those people who can run the Chinese printers and those people who can operate them, and they're there for, get them now while the price is cheap. Buy the transfers. Let them do all the hassle for you. If you get a vector artwork, let them print it up for you. You're not going to find a lower price. All you bottom feeders out there that are trying to get the lower price and you slave the printer, buy the transfers from them. They're happy to print for you. And it's just there's going to be delays, and maybe they'll be there on time, but when you need something printed that's full photographic, you'll be calling somebody who's going to charge you what it's worth, right? I think I have more DTF printers than anybody in the country, and I could just totally turn them all on and say transfers for $2, per transfer. But why do that? Charge what a photo's worth. However, if it makes your hustle and it feeds your family,
See, and here's the piece.
sell on. You can come to one of my training shops in Boston where we sit with an Epson technician and we learn how to tear apart printers, and we learn all about the codes, and you really want to get into that market, you got to learn your printer first. Somebody said on there, buy all the parts for your printer, $2,800. That's the kind of guy I want. That's the kind of guy I want to sell a printer to, because he's like, I know that I'm going to have to charge what I need, and I know that once I figure out this printer, I can go out and make, and think about it. Somebody's going to buy.
How much can one printer make a person a month?
So if I can print 20 transfers per hour, and I'm charging a reasonable rate, that's $160 an hour, and I do that for 10 hours straight,
You ain't doing it for 10 hours.
Dude, I've done 10 hours straight printing.
Yeah, but every day, you will. But like a common person.
How much do you want to make? So you spend $20,000 on a printer, you should expect to make $20,000 back
a month
within your first year.
But what's the point? $20,000 in your first year.
See, I just threw you up for a trick question. That's a dumbass that buys a printer and charges $3 per transfer. It's going to take them a year plus the headaches. So when you and I get into it, we say I want to buy a printer that I know I can just turn on, pump a cleaning, and I'll figure out the rip. We'll get it printing, and then they're calling artists, drop me off a printer. You mean I don't have to do anything to teach you how to print? No, I want to learn it. You're making $20,000 your first month. I have printers out there doing that. And the ones that don't call me, they're the ones printing. The ones that are calling and bitching about me, they're not smart enough to figure out their printer problem. They're the ones that shouldn't be buying printers. Now, the problem only escalates when you buy Chinese printers. There are a lot of people that buy these printers and they should be buying transfers. It takes a weird fucking person to run a Chinese printer. 2-head or 3-head. I know, it's very hard. Spend hours trying to align the print heads, and if there's never a problem, you're good because you've got the print head aligned. It's when there's a problem, you got to do a print head work. You're like, fuck, I just lost registration again. It's like screen printing. When you're printing and you lose registration, you're like, what the hell just happened? 20 shirts went by and I didn't even know.
Yeah.
And you're like, why wasn't I paying attention? I didn't catch it.
You in a rhythm.
As in a hustle, yeah.
But you bumped that thing a little too hard. That thing slid slightly. Nah, definitely.
Well, the difference is we bought a printer that doesn't lose registration. It's really expensive, but I've gone through hundreds of prints with it on 5-6 colors and didn't lose registration. I'll never do that again. I'll call the DTF printer up if I got to do something like that. But I do screen print a lot every month. You guys see me. If I got to do like 10,000 prints or 5,000 prints, I just call up people and I broker a deal to get them in, because I'm going to print my own in-house, right? I'm going to non-stop printing, but I need to print, 800 or 900 more. I'll call up one of my people that have bought one of our printers, and they handle it. If they're all at capacity, because they have their own businesses, right? They have their own capacity they're running. I got to start farming out the prints. So I go to who I can, whoever can get me a print. I don't ever play the what's your lowest price game with people. And I think people that do that, what's your lowest price? You're a schmuck. Did you show up and give me 10 pounds of pot? Don't ask for my lowest pound. Don't ask for my lowest price, right? The printer, you out there, when somebody walks up and they're like, hey man, I went down to Tico, and no offense to Tico, but Tico can print me, 200 shirts for $2.99 for 2 colors. You're like, God damn, I hope he does it. That's too much work. Where if you come to me and you say, hey man, I want an honest trade, I want an honest pricing, or any of these companies out there. Don't try to beat them down. They release their price and that's what they're worth. Why I got into that, I don't know, But I think that the people that call and say, hey man, can I get a deal? are the ones that everybody who's selling transfers to. Listen, there are hustlers in the industry that buy transfers. There are people that will print 50 transfers out of 60, right, and say that only 40 stuck. And how are you to know? You're playing. I got to credit somebody back for. You know, so everybody has to be. Everybody has to be careful. There's no way to know. So charge a price what it's worth. There, your transfers on your little Epson L1800 are worth $8 to $11 per transfer. You can print at a better resolution than the Chinese
Why
printers.
do I want to sell an $8 transfer if I can only print 4 hours? That still doesn't make sense.
I know. I don't know why they do it.
Like, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
I learned long ago, man, that either I'm going to spend more time printing, and or I'm going to spend more time selling. And if I can sell more and make more profit and the printer's working, I'm better off. But if I'm trying to print a lot on a desktop printer, I'm going to stop selling. I'm going to stop doing those things that I was doing before that printer came into my life.
So, look, right, me personally,
yeah,
where I've come to realize if I'm running like a big job for a school the other day with a bunch of hoodies or whatever, if I make at least $5 a press, I'm happy. Like a garment. Garment. I make $5 a garment. I'm happy. Because I can just take transfers and whichever size and what I get, all of that, take all that off. I tack on $5 per garment. That's marking up the shirt. That's marking up the transfers.
There are some interesting changes that are coming. What you're going to find is that there are going to be more printers that are sent over from China that are in the 13-inch mark, and they're going to be these weird kind of imported printers.
You already see this stuff at the shows. You can't, like at the Long Beach show, every booth that wasn't a t-shirt booth had a DTF printer.
Right.
It didn't matter what booth there was. There was a DTF printer in it.
Sure, it's a hot market. Everybody's in it.
So how do you filter through the BS? How do you know which one to get? How do you know?
Before there were people into the market, long before there was DTF Superstore in the market, there was me, right? In the print market, ordering ink in from out of the country and selling it. And I've seen a lot of people, get printers, and I would never buy a printer from a person unless they had their own Epson technician. Can you show me proof of your Epson technician if I'm buying an Epson printer? And the reason being is that printer breaks down. I just spent $10,000. Do I want a kid working on my printer who's new boot to this, or do I want a professional working on my printer? Can I go to their shop and have my printer repaired? And that's the kind of customer who says, hey, look, DTF is so young that we are the only Epson DTF repair center in the Northeast. There are none. I know, because I repair all the Epsons. I repair some that are not Epsons. I've repaired Mutos even. So
I think that leads me back to my point, right? If every person who bought a DTF printer, home printer, whatever size, doesn't matter. If you thought about like the days where you had to take your computer to the Geek Squad or somebody, a specialist, you were going to be paying upwards of $150 just to drop it off.
Right.
And $300 by the time, $300 to fix the problem if you're lucky, right? And I think this is a place where it's not like today, some computers are rather easily, everything's done. Sometimes it's better to fucking go buy a new computer. Like, I tell people, they call me, hey, can you fix it, or can you do this? Go throw that thing in the trash. Go get another $325.
Well, people realize there's a market, and we know there's a market because everybody now is buying Chinese printers, right?
Yeah,
because they're what's available.
Yeah.
So there's always a market to print these transfers, whether they're shitty transfers or beautiful transfers. There's going to be a market. Everybody's going to get into it.
How do you tell the difference today between a good transfer company and a bad one?
So you tell the difference in the resolution. One, all the Chinese printers are going to print at a 720 resolution. And that's going to lay down a thicker amount of ink, a thicker amount of powders needed to bond with the ink. And so you get the transfers, and they are milky, or there's mildew on them. there's just a lot of ink on it. So you've got to warm the transfer up. They didn't take the necessary steps to warm the transfer up. All they did was press it to a shirt the moment they got it, and then it has like a ring around the collar effect. So that's changing as the ink is getting better. Like the transfers I have over there, I kid you not, man, those transfers are top notch.
No, I agree.
Yeah, so they're beautiful transfers.
Yo, you know what? Here's the funny thing. I've got, like, at the show, I walked around and I seen transfers, right? Yeah. Some of them good, some of them freaking horrible. But the good ones, you look at them, you know, you're looking for that crystallization on the back. Right. You're like, oh, these look like good transfers, right? But then you see the work that actually you get when you order, and it's not even close.
The environment could be different. It's hard to
like everybody's best product is in them samples. And then you get a job, and it's just not.
I mean, look, man, there's my days where we fire up that printer and there's issues and we have to figure it out. And there's a full-time technician. You know, Susie Art is working very, very, very hard, you know, to get our transfers printed on our printers and out to where they look like that. You know, you tell me in 1 hour, bam, that's the kind of quality people get, you know, when we get their transfers out to them. But that's not always the case, right? First of all, it's never going to be that fast. Mm-hmm. You know, to order transfers from across the country from somebody that has a Chinese printer, they're already very busy already. Mm-hmm. They're printing a lot of 720 by 720 transfers.
Here's the question.
Perfect for like that t-shirt side hustle. If you held that up, dude, perfect.
So here's the question. So using DTG machines to print DTF.
Too much work. Too much work.
Okay.
Too much work, man. You got to put the film down on the tray. You have to align it. You know, some people even use water to bond the film to the platen.
So it doesn't slide.
So it doesn't slide. You've got to tape it down. So if that's all you have, print on. Happy printing.
I think Omni print really well because you don't have to do any of that.
They use like
because I think it's because it slides over the.
Yeah, so they have like the Epson 2400. Mm-hmm. You know, 6-channel printer, and maybe it's an 8-channel printer if they upgrade it. I don't know. But still, 180 nozzles. It's still slow. It'll get the job done though. And it just combined.
I still stand by the fact that was the best DTF transfer that I've seen.
What, theirs?
Yeah.
Nothing compared to that, though.
I mean, I haven't seen yours.
You got them right there. Hold them up.
No, I'm not holding that up.
There ain't no fucking way that.
I'm saying, okay, this is the first time. Taking this out of it. I ordered from a bunch of DTF, doing my research.
Yeah, right, sure.
And taking a look.
Yeah.
And, you know, a lot of stuff that doesn't make the channel. Right? And I just recently cleaned up, so they're not even around. I used to have them just laying under here. Matter of fact, here goes some right here. Got from the shelf. Feel that one.
Yeah, fluorescent's about to explode in the market as well.
I got some. You know what I'm saying? I got some around, but
yeah.
But nobody's. This one feels even like this one doesn't even feel
powdered.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. It's feel however.
Maybe she forgot to powder it. Has it been powdered?
I mean, I don't know.
I've forgotten to powder transfers before too, so everybody's done it. Yeah, it may have it. I don't know, man. It may have a thin layer. I don't know. So, you know, press it and see. It may work or not.
Which is interesting, but you know, so I did my research with a lot of transfers, and I just, you know, from stuff like this where you get something, a sample at the show that may look immaculate, but then by the time you place your order, your transfers aren't met with that same quality. You know, it's like everybody's trying to.
It's all the ink and the powder,
it's like the job interview. The samples at the show.
Yeah, it's in many cases it's the ink, the powder. You know, these companies are buying from China, and somebody in China that they think they're talking to is not the manufacturer, and they're going out and they're bidding powder, bidding film, shipping it in, and unless a person has gone to China and seen the factory. Everybody's ink is going to have problems. That's what nobody wants to understand about DTF. And so they'll talk mad shit about the printer, you know, trash them or trash the ink company. And there's so many variables. It's not one problem.
Yeah.
You know, nobody's got the lockdown on ink because no American company has created the lockdown on ink. And SDS has tried, and they're kind of failing right now. And they're really failing in the white ink department. And you know, like I said, until we call on DuPont and Kodak and these companies, Epson, you know, why wouldn't the biggest ink mafias jump into DTF printing? You think they would, right?
So where's the future? Where's DTF going to be in 3 years?
So well, it's going to go in phases, right? Companies that are sublimation companies, they're starting to feel the punch of DTF. Screen printing companies are. So they're going to go to China and they're going to try to mass produce 2,000 to 3,000 printers and start shipping them over. And then everybody's going to be selling their own rebranded printers for a while. And that's while we can get them in stock. Because it's a race, right? You have several types of printers. You have, you know, Cobra printer, which is a powderless printer, is safest for the environment, which it's the rule of the roost, $32,000 to $38,000 just to get on one. Then you have to sign a non-disclosure, and then you have to wait for them to build it and make it over. They order the parts from China, comes here, they rebuild it. And whereas other Chinese printers are built in China, shipped here, and then sold from here. And the problem is China's going to destroy the market for everybody anyways, because they're just going to put their own people here. And once they get here, you know, you're competing against them. So it's going to be a very weird market, man. The companies that have a couple $1 million to just throw around into this, they're going to start importing their own DTF printers. So like Night Printer has done that. It's been one of the worst pieces of shit out there.
What? Who's that?
It's called a Night Printer, and there's a 14-inch and there's I think a 17-inch printer, and I forget it may not be a Night. Night is just rebranded, I think, but it comes from Indonesia, and people are having mad problems with it because they can't get the coding to be understood. The printer throws off an error and they can't understand it, and they're trying to get into these 2- and 3-headed printers.
I was gonna get this right here. I found that.
So yeah, that's a Epson EcoTank printer, and I would never use that for DTF.
I was gonna get it. The cheapest. It's the cheapest.
It's
DTF.
cheapest one, right?
Cheapest DTF
So think about it, right? Why is it so cheap?
Because it doesn't put on dark.
It fucking
Snow
sucks.
White.
Yeah, it's
Snow White. Though.
If there's no white, you can't
but it's
buy
like
the
the
ink.
equivalent. It's like the equivalent of that right there.
Yeah, if you're using DTG ink, maybe, but you still have to shake it.
But look, it's
I know that's the roll-in, Cricut t-shirt printer.
But it would be this here to me would be like the equivalent because you can't print on white. It's EcoTank. The small.
Yeah, right. So there's the EcoTank 16 unit that is a 6-channel printer, right? And those are the worst printers to get for DTF. The worst printers to get because you have to shake the whole unit.
Because you can't shake the ink in what you call it.
Right, so I mean,
a little stir.
I've called it. You could. It's just too problematic, man. God damn it, it's not worth it. Sorry to swear. I get mad when I start wanting to lose time. That thing will make you lose time. Why invest in that, man? Go buy a printer that you can pick up, on the market somewhere, and start with that. Start with like a P400, a P600, a 4800, 4880.
Okay, so here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Printer or transfers? Quick answer. Now, answer. Take too long. Answer. Printer or transfers?
Dude, I sell some badass printers. So take those out of the equation.
Printers or transfers?
So if I were...
Too much. Talking too much. Printer or transfers?
You can't answer that question.
Printer or transfer first?
Dude, that's like saying a beautiful Chinese woman or a beautiful, beautiful Russian woman. Which one's going to try to kill you faster?
Listen, man, I done already been down this road.
No, it's hard to answer to... What would you rather do, print or make transfers?
Print.
It depends on who's making my transfers, but yeah, I'd want to print them myself.
I want to print shirts.
Yeah, you just want... It's a hard question to answer, man. It's not fair. Which one to print?
So here's the deal, right?
Yeah.
I feel like people with desktop
What's your
printers,
investment? That's what I'd ask you. What's your investment?
Yeah, I got you. But listen, I feel like people with printers should never sell transfers. They should only sell final shirts.
Why?
Because if you're telling me I got to charge $8 for the transfer, I can charge $25 to $30 with that transfer on a shirt.
Yeah, if you got your own market, sure. And
yeah.
I have people that do that. They buy our printers because they work and they don't want to print transfers for people. They want to wake up and know that when they get ready to print, they just have to run a cleaning or two, fix some small issues, and then they're ready to print for their customers. Full transfers. I've done funerals. our customers have been from, government agencies and all kinds of stuff. So it's a hard thing to say. What are people going to do? They're going to go buy their printers and they're going to buy a piece of shit printer and they're going to blow them all up and they're going to be like, man, I should order transfers. But the problem is you can't get the transfers fast enough. That's because everybody's having troubles with their printer.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the real problem.
Interesting.
And so until an alternative comes out, you're going to be ordering transfers from somebody that is a Chinese printer, and they're going to be like, we're down. Do they have 2 printers, 3 printers going?
So why don't you want to print transfers anymore?
Me?
You make the best DTF transfer
Without a doubt,
according to you.
Well, no, you've got proof.
Looking at the quality, I got to run through my testing. I don't just give nobody my endorsement.
Well, dude, just cut the damn transfer and let's print it. Don't be scared.
No, I'm not doing that right now.
All right.
Save that for later.
I thought you were hustling, man.
I am.
Yeah.
Right
Yeah.
now,
So the thing is right, every cricket mama out there that has one of these Epson desktop printers can print beautiful transfers beyond the capability of the Chinese printers.
Gotcha.
So
why doesn't Brother Ernest want to print transfers anymore?
Well, because I'm busy going across the country meeting people and setting them up with printers.
Okay, but you could be printing transfers.
I do print transfers.
Yeah, but why aren't you just focusing on printing the best DTF transfer?
I do. That's why that was printed.
Yeah, but you don't do that. You don't spend time doing it.
Well, no, I have. That's my printer that printed that transfer.
I know you printed for me.
Right. So,
but now you're going to deliver to how much those printers worth in your car?
The value of each printer is $15,000.
Do you know where you got that car sitting at?
Huh?
You two blocks away from that car disappearing.
Ain't nobody gonna fucking take that printer, dude. They are some heavy fucking printers. You can go right out there.
They ain't gonna take the whole van.
Well, how would they do that?
Huh?
How would they do that?
You know, if I. Never mind. That's a story for another day.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, hey, if I go out there and the printers are gone, they're insured. It wasn't my fault. They're going to be like, God damn, I'm out of gas.
So, what was the question? What did I just ask you?
Why don't I print transfers?
Yeah, why don't you print transfers? Why?
Because I'm busy setting up shops all across the country.
Why? He just locked his car again.
It's locked. I just let me listen
to
it.
Make sure it's locked.
Yeah.
Got you scared a little bit.
I'm not scared. They know, but listen, they're going to get that thing and they're going to look at those printers.
Because it's you and me. You good.
Yeah, they're going to look at those printers and say, God damn, how am I going to get them out of here? Yeah. So for me, why I don't print transfers is I want to come see people, especially in the Northeast and New York, because anywhere in the Northeast or New York, we can have our printers replaced in just a very short time. I just want to meet people. I really don't like to print DTF transfers because right now, I've got my 1-year-old and dude, I'm just having the time of my life.
So all right, I always say to make this statement.
But I'd love to print transfers if I could take, if there's a company out there that said, hey Ernest, you've got the largest supply of these Epsons. I'd be like, dude, just let me have 5 in a shop. You pay for the shop. You pay for me to transport, and then, yeah, dude, I'd come and print transfers all day. There's a market for everybody.
I think we should do that. I think we should set up the ultimate DTF company.
Well, people wouldn't pay the price of what it's worth. They'd want us to slave down. They'd get on the phone with me, and they'd be like, God damn, he's an asshole.
No, you can't talk to nobody.
Yeah, but it's the thing, right? It's the way it is, right? Other than that, so like I just want to go, take these printers across, across the Northeast.
I want to put it to you like this. I always say, I know what my life looks like printing shirts. I did it for years.
Right.
So what does life look like for a dedicated transfer printer? You got a shop. You want to have the best printer setup there is. You got 3 machines.
You don't want to have the best setup there is. What you want to have is a printer that is fast to repair. Listen. If you can repair that printer fast, you can be working again, right? You can have either, we teach people when they come to our shop and they buy a printer from us and they pay for the product, we teach them how to tear their printer apart, how to put in a new motherboard, how to put in a new print head, how to change the capping station, how to put in the entire internal wiring, how to replace the ink lines, because we want you to be the first step of the repair, right? If you can't do it, then you send the printer, back to us. That's what everybody's looking for. So if I had 2 printers that could be easily repaired, and it would depend on where I live. If I lived in an area where, like I was near the Cobra printer, I'd buy 2 of those printers because they could be easily repaired by Cobra right there on the spot. As far as the other printers, the Chinese printers, they're very hard to work on, man. They've caught fire in people's places, and some do very well with them, man.
I heard one of the what's the name of that machine caught on fire? One of those machines. How does this person keep getting back in here? What machine was that got caught on, like one of those powder shakers? The powder shakers.
Well, I know the
caught on fire. The Oddly.
I know that the Subly Star guy brought in a Subly Star and his powder shaker caught on fire and burned their shop up. But anytime you're working with heat, anytime you're working with an oven, you stand the chance of creating a fire. That's just common sense. It's known. Anytime that you involve chemicals and they could all catch on fire. They have ovens in them. The wires can melt.
So what does life look like for a dedicated transfer person setting up a shop with 2 machines? They running them. They running them. I'm not saying 10 hours a day. Yeah. They running them for 8 hours a day, like a normal shift. One person.
You're going to need an industrial printer.
Yeah.
You're not going to do that on a small Epson desktop.
No, I'm talking about a 24-inch industrial setup. They got 2.
What does it look like?
What does this guys look like who you about to go deliver these 2 printers to?
It's a big screen printing shop. So for him, it's going to handle the fact that he doesn't have to send out 50 direct-to-garments a day.
Yeah, okay, forget him then. Just say you're dropping those off to me. Right here. I'll put them right here, and I'm ready to...
You make a fucking fortune.
But what does my life look like?
Well, you can be making babies. You can go out to eat. You can run your printer. You can shut it down over a weekend, but you're going to have to come back and print with it. And because it has a good technology that sets time cleanings up, you can print or do a cleaning every 10 minutes, every 600 minutes, every 999 minutes. You can access that printer through your phone via a VPN server and run a cleaning. And so it's like living a maintenance life. It's like you're doing a little bit of work to print a lot. Whereas, but it has the limitations on its speed, right? It's the fastest of all the Epson printers. Compared to a Chinese printer, you're doing a lot of maintenance. Once it's working fine, it's going great, but it's going to crash, and you need to be a very smart technician.
So print for 8 hours.
Yeah.
One of those printers.
Right.
How much money can I make a day? If I'm running, I'm at max capacity. 1 printer, max capacity, how much money can I make?
Well, so
one of the printers out of your car right now.
Out of my car. Yes. So we know let's math it out. We know we can print 25 transfers per hour, which is going to put us at like 160 per hour, right? And we're going to do that every, you said 8 hours?
Yep.
Well, so it's 160 by 8.
I know.
So you could easily make 1,000 to 2,000 a week.
But you got to have the workload.
You got to have the workload. I mean, they're for people. They're not for the people that's going to buy that printer. And you should never buy a printer to think to yourself, I'm going to go get the business. Because now the market's so competitive and it's $3 a transfer. You can't compare with that. And so you want to have your own clientele going into this. But if you're the person that wants to start a t-shirt business, these printers are the best because they're easy to run. You don't have all the problems of the small desktop printers. And you certainly won't be the person that goes, oh, I blew up my 1430. Let me go find a P600. Oh, I blew that printer up. Let me go find a Epson 1430. Oh, I blew that printer up. Because they can just work. These printers, you can actually clog nozzles and turn off a nozzle and just keep going and printing. It's great technology.
So I think
You can make 50 grand a year.
Ultra Color Max is 6 cents per square inch. Is that a good rate?
6 cents per square inch. No, it's actually.
The sheet is 22. Well, you do it however you want, but the sheet that max.
It's
sheet
like
is
$8 a square foot, $6 to $8 a square foot.
So 22 by 22.
What are there? 144 inches in it?
Well, the 22 by 22 is their
Hold on.
sheet size. Got the big calculator.
Yeah, I'm thinking, how many 12s are in a square foot? It's 144.
Well, so technically, let's just say it's 24.
It's $8.60. So at least
sheet?
they're charging what they're worth. I think
sheet?
I think a 12 by 12 is worth $8. People get mad at me all the time. I'm like, dude, do I look Chinese to you?
How much is
Yeah.
that
I'm not gonna give you something at the rate of below my cost, man. It's not all these T-shirt people out there. You should not be selling below your cost, man. Your time and your knowledge to print a perfect transfer with a good printer is worth every dollar. Stop selling yourself short and tell your customers, if you assholes are my friends, why would you come try to beat me down on price, man? You're my friend. You want to help. You're supposed to want to help me grow. I'm sorry that your transfers are $11. If they're the super color brand, whatever the price is, right? They're worth that because your time, your knowledge to give a good product out is worth a lot. When people buy screen print transfers from me, they don't have any problems, man. And I don't do a FM market or whatever they're called,
15-cent transfers?
Yeah, dude, no.
What's your thoughts on 15-cent transfers?
Who?
What's your thought on?
So I've sold printers to a lot of people that are cricket mamas that are selling F&M transfers to other people on the internet, Facebook. I'm like, you made 50 grand this week selling transfers? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, but you didn't print them. They're like, I don't want to be spending the time printing, right? And you're like, yeah, you've got the idea, but then they buy a DTF printer and they think that they're going to cover that full garment,
full color,
right?
prints.
And they're coming to me because the top names are out there. Like, man, I can't get Dennis Moon to print me a transfer. It takes too long. That's everybody because DTF has exploded, man, and everybody's after their transfers. I can't get so and so to do it, and whoever, took Tony, 3 weeks to get his transfers to me. Well, that's because they have their own business and they're throwing you in where they can't. So. I don't know why we got into that. Nonetheless, man, you don't want to print transfers, right? You just want to print the shirts. And therefore, if you had your own printer that was the right printer, you'd want to print your transfers. It's just something to a printer that they can print their own item and see it go on their
Man,
from start to finish. You're like, that's my work.
Don't get me wrong,
And that's
if my business, if I opened up, right, and I was here and I wasn't doing all the traveling I'm doing, and I'm taking walk-in customers.
Yeah.
And they coming in, I'm trying to get them in and out. Whether that's vinyl, whether that was an inkjet transfer in the past, I've done that, that style of business, and I think it's perfect. And that's why I say, like, a person with a desktop DTF that wants to print their own transfers, you shouldn't be trying to sell transfers. You should be still trying to sell the shirt. Because if you think about printing, let's say it's 10 minutes of print, not even 15. You're getting 6 transfers per hour. Right.
And that's and not on all of those.
No, but
like on an L1800, you're getting a print every 20 minutes.
But let's say it's best case scenario. You doing even with the L1800 doesn't care. Printer doesn't matter. You're doing 10 minutes. That is vinyl times. That is cutting a multicolored vinyl job and pressing a shirt like
but you can't. Right, but the difference is the weeding.
But then, yes, I understand that. But now you get full color. But just thinking about the nature of the style of business. You make more money by putting that transfer on the shirt. Why would you want to go sell it to somebody else for less than $8, for $3.50?
I don't get it, man. I mean, these people that do that must have failed every economic business course they ever took. They would never be hustling weed. Well, because they would.
Go again.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you can't get off
before T-shirt printing, I used to go outside. So the thing is, like, you'd never open a restaurant and give away food below cost.
Yeah, true.
That's what
but it's
doing.
funny because a lot of people, even I work with a lot of companies in this industry. Like, I've gone in and consulted with a lot of companies in the industry. And there are some big companies in this industry that don't understand if they're even making money. I've walked into shops and places like, yo, this is, I know the market. You know, like I don't have to know your number specifically, but I know what it costs to bring this product in. I know how much a container to ship is. And I'm like, you selling at this price, you need to raise your price. It's too cheap. You can't be selling at that number, right? And they don't even understand at their size.
It's hard. Once you started selling so low, you know, it's very hard to raise your price, and people are only going to take enough to where somebody says, I found another sucker who will print my transfers at $3 or $3.50.
Yeah, and you don't want that type of customer. Transfer. I don't want that customer who's calling me every day trying to get the cheapest price. I just don't want to deal with that customer.
It really bothers me.
Because tomorrow, today, you're not even, you know, you want the cheapest price. You're not even a long time. You come to me, you bringing me X amount of dollars a week. You just out here on the internet. And I'm about to spend 20 minutes when you're going to say, hey, who can make me 50 DTF transfers for $3 and have them shipped by tomorrow because I got a deadline.
Well, if they want the best DTF transfers, you know, that they're going to get, just, you know, hit them up and you can print them for them.
Yeah, but who is going, why? Why would you want that kind of customer?
Because I don't sell transfers for a low ball rate.
I know, but I'm saying, why would anybody buy a printer and want that to be their customer?
Well, so the Chinese market came out with that, and that may be a, you know, my friend Dennis Moon, he started that. He started the price so fucking low that.
Why does he do that? In your opinion?
So in my opinion, right, he's trying to flood the market and put a cap on it. Whereas those 720 printers, man, they do some amazing printing speed for like that neon print right there. Mm-hmm. You know, so
something simple.
Yeah, right. A vector artwork, they're the best things ever, and they should be, in my opinion. You know, like right around the $20 mark for a 24 by 30 inch print, and you know, that should be the starting point. So, you know, you look at companies and people's number one complaint about Supercolor is that they're too much money. No, you're just selling your shirts for too piss poor of a. You should fire your salesman if they can't sell these prints.
For a lot of people, that would be
fire their wife.
That would be fired themselves.
Yeah, right. So it's very hard, man, when you meet someone. Oh man, you know, the screen printing shop will print it down the road, and so they lose a sale, and they can't do it. So they're selling these transfers on these little printers for $3.50 to compete with the Chinese market. And what happened is that those printers began to dominate, man. And they set the precedent where those people who are charging those $11 for the A3 transfers, they're in the right place. And people don't want to pay it. So what do you do?
No, I mean, you know, I think, you know, with the industry as a whole, on one side, we don't want our customers asking us for the cheapest price.
Well, they don't. They like, I'm so busy that I have to add another printer to our DTF shop because transfer business is flooding us, man. I mean, when you've never seen those and you get those transfers and you've never seen a DTF transfer, your mind is blown, dude. Right. Because of quality. They're big, huge sheets, and you know, the half tone is so correct that people love it.
Yeah, you did a good job on these hands.
So
are these little dots you're gonna transfer to?
Oh, everything will transfer.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's a good job.
So these people that are out there and they're selling, you know, their transfers at that low price, man, they're just a very short time shopper. They're crying on YouTube that they blew their print head. So some printers, if you blow the print head, you've got to replace the motherboard. And if they, you know, they can't change a print head out, they're going to be in deep shit when it comes to motherboard.
My bad, I'm trying to get the comments back up. I just realized they weren't up here.
You mean people are talking to us?
Yeah, I gotta find it again. I think it's this one.
So look, I'm headed to Virginia Beach, everybody.
What are you going to do in Virginia Beach?
Gonna set a printer up, man.
One guy bought 2 printers?
Yeah. Calls me up, says, "Hey, Ernest, man."
What does he do? Oh, you said he's at a screen print
shop.
Yeah,
he's like, I'm ready to go full boat. And he called the guy that complained about me the most. He's like, "Let me tell you something about Ernest, man. He ain't got time to put up with your bullshit. You know, you can't get your printer working, dude. You better figure it out. I just want to hear from the customer. You know, capping station needs to be replaced. Great, I'll send you out a part. So, you know, these are people that can build cars and rebuild computers, you know, that want to take the time to get into the business to print beautiful photos on t-shirts. And if you don't want to print beautiful photos on t-shirts, you know, and you just want to print some vector art, there's a lot of people out there that are working for free.
Check it out. This guy said, I've done that. Sold transfers for 3 to 4. That's because people don't like the 8 to 9 range.
Oh, is somebody
And,
commenting on it? Where are they saying that?
That also turned me off the DTF. It's the cheap customers who don't understand the work and the business.
Yeah, man. I mean, so the biggest ones to lose their ass are the people that buy the Chinese printers and they can't get them replaced when they break down. And I've gone to places where, you know, they've got 2 Chinese printers and neither ones were working. And so they're like, Ernest, this is not my only form of income. This is a game to me. You know, and I'm like,
Life
okay,
is but a game
there are
to
some people that are like that, dude. You go to their shops and they've got so much money, dude. Yeah. So if he was selling them at a transfer cost, hey man, who's that again? Tasmane, is that Tasmane?
I don't know. Yeah,
I've done that, sold transfers for 3 to 4.
You butcher it.
She's right, man, or he is right. We all started selling transfers, you know, at a low rate. But when I started in the $11 to $14 market. You know, she's right. People don't want to pay that $8 to $9. I would tell those people, man, you know, I can lower the resolution for you and print some shit. I'll print some 720 by 720. You know, don't ask me to halftone it. Yeah, don't ask me to halftone it. Just give me vector art, and sure, you know, I'd print that. It's gonna look like
3 to 4. We saying $3 to $4 selling price
per square
versus per square foot versus 8 or 9. Where
no, 8 or I think that's like a 12 by 18 print. She's
yeah.
God damn,
Somebody
the time that would take, dude, on those printers. A 12 by 18 on a little Epson desktop printer. It's gonna take a while. I printed nonstop so many times I had the flashbacks of the print head moving.
I charge $25 for 2 images. I think
Good.
if you buy, so here's the piece that people are sleeping on in this market, right? And Brother Ernest, he just realized it too. But I've been understood that like there's also a market where you can print transfers for people to buy at like the Cricket Moms. You can print transfers with designs and sell them to people at a rate where like they're paying more than what we're talking about. The inside the industry where they're doing all the research, they're looking at printers and they're in these groups, they're trying to buy transfers because they want to sell their shirts to a customer and they have other business or whatever. But there is a place where you can go and get 8 or 9 with the right designs. You can get more than that probably as well. And you can create a market where it's not so much about the wholesale side, and that's where this $3 price.
So yeah, then if you're starting at $3, like some of the techniques that I use, you know, do you want a color knockout? And they're like, yeah, okay, so I charge $5 for a color knockout. Do you want a color replacement? Oh yeah, dude, I want to change that yellow to green or yellow to purple or whatever. Okay, there's a $5 fee for that. And when they start needing all this rasterization,
and that's the crazy part. Like a lot of the small printers or the people who are doing this stuff don't even like, you know, like by the time you look at like I used to walk people through pricing shirts, right? And I'm like, yo, that's a dope shirt. How long did it take you to make it? Oh, it took me an hour. Cool. Well, how long did artwork take you? 2 hours. Bro, do you know you working for less than minimum wage right now?
Yeah, right.
Like, you need to be getting these in and out.
If people have an L1800 or any printer, a 180 nozzle printer, and you know they're you know a 90 nozzle printer. There's a lot of 90 nozzle printers out there, and they're printing. Why would they only print 3 shirts or 4 shirts per hour if their printer works for $12 an hour? They're so below minimum wage they could qualify for food stamps. They're working for free.
No, I totally agree, and I think like here's what my take on the industry for you guys is. It's like thinking about how I came in with the UDO, with the DIY starter kit.
Man, I love that question right there.
Which one?
Maria Jones. She says, I'm a Cricut mom, I guess, but I want to be able to add glitter or foil to my general color to save time and money. What a cool question, dude. Glitter rocks. I mean, it's the one thing that DTF can print amazing glitter print without the raised feel of the glitter, which I love it. You know,
I put a stop to these.
there's nothing wrong with being a Cricut mom.
Take a look at this.
And I don't mean that in a negative way.
Yeah, we're not saying it in yeah, not at all.
Cricut moms are starting to now get the rolling BN20s.
Yeah, they getting those.
Right.
The 20, they got a BN20.
I just like the glitter flex.
That is that is actually metallic.
So the cool thing about this is that you know, this won't be put into a DTF printer head because that right there will clog your head. So you know, there's a controlled market. You know.
But yeah, what I was saying was, it's like how you move in this industry from time to time changes. Where you are in this process, it changes. The type of work you're gonna want to do when you're learning. Listen, when I came in the game and I could vinyl shirts out for $25 a pop, and I was doing, you know what I'm saying, less than 10 minutes a piece, or I was doing something, it was great money. And I could do, let's just say 4 shirts an hour. Let's say 15 minutes, right?
Oh yeah, if you're weeding.
Four shirts an hour, right? Getting the design done quickly, cutting it, pressing it to a shirt, 15 minutes. All 4 different customers walk in with different stuff. Not talking about the bulk. I'm cutting a bunch of stuff automatically, like across. It's a bunch of shirts with the same design. Talking about a walk-in customer. $25 a pop, that's $100 an hour. You take away $20 for your cost.
You're making money then,
that's
man.
$80 an hour.
Excited.
Nobody's gonna pay you that. But when you start buying transfers, and I told you, I'm happy with making $5 a shirt. You bring me a job of anywhere of 30, 50. If I'm just making $5 a shirt, I can easily, 1 shirt a minute at $5 and get me $300 in an hour.
So everybody across the board, right, should be raising their prices. So
especially right now.
Yeah,
more now than ever.
The people who have Chinese printers should be at, you know, $5 per foot or per
Bella
square foot. We should
shirts,
be higher.
Bella Canvas shirts. I think when I wrote my vinyl pricing guide, next level in Bella Canvas, I got one somewhere right here. When I wrote this vinyl pricing guide, this is why it's not out. I'm going to update it with some information. Here we go. I'm gonna update it with some information. But the cost of a shirt when I wrote this book was, let's see. The cost of a t-shirt when I wrote this book was $2.89. That's up $1. It's $3.80 for a Bella Canvas shirt right now. So I said that to say that the prices should be being raised.
Well, there's a shortage on products, you know.
Yeah.
So if there's a shortage on film, believe it or not. Yeah.
There's a shortage on everything, and I just took 2 months to finish a school job for Heather Gray hoodies.
Right.
And I just got the last 2 boxes right here, literally in the.
I know they get so mad at us.
But they tried to go order. I was even going to order the hoodies from Hobby Lobby. Because you couldn't, like,
why not? They're gilded hoodies.
But it was gonna cost probably another $2 for my cost.
Without a doubt.
But just to get it out of my goddamn hair, I was willing to order from Hobby Lobby because you couldn't find the product nowhere.
Dude, Hobby Lobby sells great. You know, they sell sublimation shirts, Cricut shirts. They sell they sell Gildan polyester shirts. So yeah, you buy from wherever you can, and you tell your customer, dude, there's a shortage of products here. I don't work for free. I'm not trying to, you know, cash out at the end of the day and go bankrupt. And either they appreciate it or not. I don't have that problem because I hang up on these people. Hey, Ernest, you know, I saw that I could get your same printer from Epson right now, an Epson P6000. They say, which is not my printer. Those are the Asian ones that I imported. Right, you can't even buy the P6000s anymore. And, you know, so when I first started getting these printers from Epson, I got the first original 5 for around $2,000, right? Mm-hmm. And so on Amazon, they were $6,500 because they were out of stock worldwide. And the American printers don't work for DTF that are the Epson P6000s. And they revert back to OEM cartridges. And so the supplier raised the price on me. And I'm like, but these are coming from America. And they're like, but there's a demand. And so now the price that I pay is in the thousands per printer.
So I think what I was getting at was like people are afraid to raise their prices because they think their customer will walk away.
They will.
Like
the customer will. They'll walk down to the street right next to them because that guy down the road's not experiencing a shortage.
I argue the opposite, man. Because if you go into the mall, like just think, if you're selling custom shirts, right? You go to the mall, they're charging $45.
And they're doing inkjet transfers.
Yeah, for the most basic shirt.
Right.
But we gotta charge $20. Right, and they're doing it the right way because they're calculating for their overhead, they're calculating for a lot of stuff. So listen, man, you guys can shop wherever you want to shop for your transfers, however you want to do it. I've tested a lot of companies, and if I'm not talking about a company, it's because I don't like the quality of their product, and I test them out. If I'm not happy, I move on. So
it's a weird
they have
market,
to be able to make
everybody
good screens. If they provide me screen print transfers, I don't want to see blurry edges and the R's not the registered trademark symbol is flooded, and they didn't wipe the screen down between transfers. And if I get this stuff in your sample kit, like, bro, I'm already telling you that when you get a sample kit from a company, for most companies, the product that you get after, from what I see, is not gonna match that quality, right? That's one. I always know what I'm gonna get when
it's weird because I've sent transfers to people that have been rasterized. It look like they're spray painted, and they're these weird neon kind of eagle things. It's one I'm thinking of right now from Maine. And he's like, so how much is the transfer? And he paid for it, and he did 5 12 by 18s. And he's like, well, how much is that? And I said, well, it's $11. And he's like, God dang, man, how am I going to make any money? I said, first you raise your price. So what he does, he buys 5 transfers from me. Mm-hmm. We print these rasterized transfers, and they come out beautiful. And he's like, these are great. And then he goes to somebody and gets transfers made of the same image, and they were not the same. And he's like, dude, even though they're not the same, even though the quality's great, I'm going to use this person because their price is $3.50 per square foot, where yours is not. And so he got a shitty transfer, ended up, what's that?
People watching.
Oh, nice. He got a shitty transfer and ended up not even, he's like, I lost the order, man. And I'm like, so you screwed around trying to hop for price, and then when you find out they finally got them there, guess what, man? You lost the order anyways. So people are going to price shop to the lowest.
Yeah.
It's a weird spiral. I can't figure it out. I've sat and thought for hours, how could I figure this out? And I can't, because even the powderless transfers are now at the same price realm.
Yeah, I mean, I think on our side of the industry, we drive our own market down, right?
Yeah, totally.
I experienced this when I was doing print for like business cards and stuff like that. I got in right before Vista Print. I was, doing graphic design. I'm printing, I'm brokering, and all of this stuff. Vista Print comes out, and everybody wants this 20,000 business cards for $10, right? And
that was a good deal back then.
Yeah, but it drives the whole market in the industry down. And hey, listen, you want to buy a detailed printer and print for $3 a square foot? Hey, man. I just know what
the market could have stabilized in the very beginning.
No market was stabilized when people were doing it out of the house, because here's the thing, right? Now let me finish before you interrupt me.
Yeah.
Hear me out. When you take a person in their home printing business and you drop them into a storefront, they think they're losing money. They look at the bills that they got to pay versus when they were in the house, they didn't have to pay anything extra.
Right.
You put them into a location, printing shirts, whatever, you got to pay, let's say, $800 rent, $1,000 all in the month. Let's just say, to keep it simple, right? They're gonna look at that $1,000 that's going out every month, and they're gonna think about when they were printing at home, and they're like,
it's a big commitment to go to a store, man.
Yeah, but listen, this is why the people don't understand if they're making money. because you have no overhead. So like when I think back when I was getting into the industry at the beginning, I'm trying to figure out what to charge, how much it's cost. I'm trying to do all these numbers, and I get RyanNet's little pricing calculator, but I don't have none of these expenses. You know what I'm saying? So it looks like it's all profit. It looks like it's all profit, but I don't have any of the expenses that they list. Hey, utilities, rent. And then like, how do you figure out the cost? How many shirts you're gonna do an hour? How do you judge all this? How many shirts you're putting out a month? These are calculations that you got to be able to really understand how to charge for your printers or your machines. You have to know this stuff so you can figure out how to amortize it into it.
Without a doubt.
But the common person cannot figure this stuff out, and this is why getting into your first storefront is so much stuff that you got to deal with and pay for and figure out. That if you coming out of your house into your first storefront, you're gonna look at that money going out the window, and then it becomes where it's like my friend's dad would say, you gotta pick your location should pay the rent. And what that means is the location you pick. You shouldn't be picking a garage if you don't have a business already. You should be picking a place where you're visible, because just by having this location, the right signage, people riding by, the walking traffic, you're in the mall, whatever you do will bring you enough money to pay your rent over time.
Without a doubt.
And bring you new customers. And now, you start to figure out like, okay, I met this customer here and they come back every month, and that's attributing to your rent, right? But this is where these things really, really fail in the process. And that's why I'm working on organizing hustle, because people have no freaking idea. They see they made, let's just say $1,000
I think when it
at
comes
home.
down to it, man, people just want to print shirts, and it's a
Not
very
anymore.
It's a very cool. Well, it's a very cool industry. People
It
can
is,
still
no
start from
question.
ground up, and they can buy, like for me, and I can only speak for instance of what I sell, and people buy a package from me with our InstaPress heat press and one of our dryers.
Vastex dryers.
Yeah, and or our roll to roll, but I don't sell the roll to rolls too much because I don't like to transport them. The people can still get in and make some money, dude. Listen, the average screen printer in your city is using inkjet transfers, so they're already leagues behind, without a doubt. And so another thing people aren't going to do is they're not going to buy a DTF printer and go into one of the Facebook groups or something like that and try to pimp transfers there, and because everybody there is printing transfers as well. And you kind of see when they go into the groups and they're like, hey man, I need certain transfers. Everybody's like, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. And then the price where it gets beat down to where everybody can do it, nobody wants to do it.
Nobody wants to do it, right?
Right.
And this is the thing. And then you think about, if you do honor these low prices and you spend, first off, you got to compete against 35 people all outbidding each other, right? Because they just comment on the Facebook group. Then you got to go back and forth. They talking to you, you spending 15 minutes, let's say, to even win the job. And I'm being like modest on the amount of time that it goes into like the dialogue. Okay, shipping. Okay, where's your artwork? Waiting for your artwork. Like that dialogue, let's say it's just 15 minutes. Like, then the time to print the transfers, you're not even considering the value. You're not even valuing yourself in the long run.
I don't get it, dude. I mean, people, since I started, people have not, since the start of DTF 2020, they've not raised their price up to the place where it should be. And that's because you have people with Chinese printers that say, I just want to make, $1,500 a day printing shitty transfers for people. And they get it done. I know during the time I've ordered them from literally every company out there that can print them. Knowing what I know today, it's a whole different world. I'd rather go to a person who's a Cricut mama with one of the printers in her house. And I say Cricut only, my brain is stuck on that Cricut. They could be a Silhouette daddy. I started with Silhouette.
Me too.
Yeah, I love Silhouette.
So it's Cricut mamas and Silhouette daddies. What do they make? What kind of babies?
Well, the Cricut makers usually become dual Silhouette owners. They grab a Cricut. They find out, I'm limited, and they get a Silhouette, and then they find out Silhouette.
I feel like Silhouette is for business.
Yeah, Silhouette blows the Cricut away,
yeah.
And then from Silhouette they go to one of the major large, vinyl covers. But in this case, the industry should have raised itself. And if we're in the middle of an economic crisis, right, people are not expecting the next wave of this crisis, right? Trust me, those people who want to keep people poor are in control. And the next wave of crises are the mortgage holders or the businesses that are behind on their rent. They're going through the next bubble of, crash, and we're going to hit it hard. And during this time, people's prices should continually raise, and it's not going to happen.
It's not raising.
Because what's going to happen now is a bunch of the Asians from China are flooding in their printers to their family, and now the families are printing for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
And I've had even local ink companies here in the United States destroy me because, I strike up a deal to get good ink, and I can't get good ink out, and the ink comes out in their area is gray or muted white. And then they're like, "Oh, Ernest ink suck," but everybody knows my ink is not made by me. I don't make my own ink. I don't have the capability. I'm not a chemist, and I refuse to order from China. So you see all these people branding their ink with their name, whatever it is, homie, big boy, or any of these guys,
Come on, man. Why you gotta talk about my man?
He's a homie, man.
All
It's
right.
cool. Yeah. So they're importing their inks.
I mean, that's
They're importing their inks, and
This ain't no secret. The whole industry is a lie.
without a doubt. Dude.
Everybody is rebranding everything. It's all the same. You know what's funny? I get into conversations like this about products, right?
Right.
Like, for example, screen print inks. This performance or this, one stroke or this. Now, I'm not saying one person makes all of their ink, but they all get their ink from somebody who makes multiple inks.
Without a doubt, they're
And
rebranding.
a lot of
Nobody's
these-
got
a lot
time
of-
to do that. They're
A lot
selling
of
their
these brands
personality.
are made by one particular brand, and I laugh because, I've talked about a brand, and let's say people are like, "Oh man, their ink is trash. You got to use this one," and I'm laughing because
It's all the
like,
same
right,
shit,
you
yeah.
stupid as hell, and
They
I know
are.
this because I'm really out in the field. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm really I pick up the phone and I can message the tops of all of these companies in the industry. If not the person in charge, the person directly reporting to the person in charge, are in my cell phone.
I just want people that say, "Hey, look, man, Ernest, I understand.
I'm Kanye
Yeah.
West, yo. I can name
Yeah.
drop the biggest names in the industry.
I understand that when I get this, I tell them, "Hey, man, the ink is working perfectly in my shop. I know that the ink is, listen, man, those were printed on the ink that everybody says sucks." And I'm like, "That ink doesn't suck. It's a perfect combination of product, and it's a living proof because it's there. We print right out of Boston. We know our climate. We know how to keep our printer running. And you take that product and you put it in Florida, boom, all kinds of reactions go different. And people don't get that. And I just want the customers that say, DTF is still so young. I know there could be some hiccups, and I know there could be some problems. I'm not importing shitloads of film like I used to. I used to have the best hot peel in the world. And I either had a choice to talk to my wife and get her to buy more printers, or do we buy more ink and film? And I said, let's get out of the ink and film market because everybody is going to be selling everybody's ink and film, and it's going to become this what's the word I want to look for, man? Hustled out, prostituted, smorgasbord of shit, and that's what it is. That's why you can read every company's got terrible ink,
I mean, ain't no different than a heat press. Like, people love you, hate you, have a good experience, a bad experience.
Dude, I
mean,
have the best heat presses in the world.
All this stuff, I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. That's
the only press I sell. I'm a dealer for
Insta, they fucking look atrocious.
So I can carry my heat press into a football field, right? From my car in the back seat of my Civic, and I can grab that heat press and carry it down the road. But I can't do that with my old Fusion, and I can't do that with my old
I
Kicks.
do not want to wake up.
I think in
the back of a warehouse that you dread going to every. That shit is ugly as hell.
You think?
Yes.
I don't like it, man. I'm just the type of guy.
I'd much rather have everything be black, call it fine, whatever the case is. But I want to look at a machine that looks.
Well, so I use my heat press. I'm not just a t-shirt printer. I print some of the best
totally
photographic prints that there are on metal and
sublimation stuff.
Right. So I need a heat press that's a little bit different.
I know your bid is made out of printer boxes. I know that.
Yeah, but it's not that. My heat press is made to press acrylic and metal, and
No,
that's what I'm
I
after.
think they have the best heat presses, right?
Yeah.
I think
They're just
Hotronix.
expensive.
I think
man.
Hotronix has the best consumer grade industrial
It's
heat
the best
press.
vinyl heat press there is.
But just consumer grade industrial heat press.
Right.
Like the best unit. Just the best consumer grade heat press, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's the lowest industrial grade heat press.
The Hotronix, the
yes.
clamshell.
I would go Geonite over them. I think they'll last longer than Hotronix.
No way.
I know they'll last longer.
No, they may last longer, but look, man, I've got shops where females are printing every day, and you know, bringing in DTF to their shop. They were using the Geonites, and they throw your back out. They're very hard to use. I had 2 of them. I'm telling you, they're very hard to use, and they're not the best for sublimation.
I thought the blue one was great.
What do you do if you got a girl that's short?
I had a DK. Come on, bro. You gonna talk about height? You just put them on a little.
The girls don't want to hop up on that, man. I have shopped with girls printing, and they're like, dude, we don't want to climb upstairs to press the shirt.
This is built perfectly for me.
For you, yeah, you're right.
But I got a car over there that when the girl comes in here and presses, I'm giving her the Stahl's A to Z press, which I think is great because it gives you full pressure and with no effort. Like you can, like my 3-year-old was closing it with it.
You could, yeah.
Right. So you gotta build something to allow them to work where they're comfortable. I hated the single way when I had the Geonite DK20S. I learned to love it. But as far as the build, I think it's better built. They're industrially built. That's what I'm saying. People want to care about the longevity when they buy a heat press. You get what the fuck you pay for. Right? Now Stahl's make some great presses, but if I go any high volume shop, I see a fucking shit ton of Stahl's in the corner that are using it for parts that died and broke down. You don't see that you see that with some Geonites, the blue ones, but not like the DK20S. They built like a fucking tank.
Well, so we replaced a DK, and we replaced it with a Hotronix because the girls were just having so much trouble.
Which Hotronix? I think the pressure.
The clamshell.
I think
16 by 20.
No. I think you talk about the pressure and stuff like that, and how the lever, the language, not the language, the ergonomics of how like the best position of pressing and stuff like that.
That is not that won't give you carpal tunnel.
I mean, if you worried about that, then you should be going with the Hotronix dual air fusion, right? And that's what I think I'm gonna get in here because the girl here had problems pressing with other presses with her back, but that's why I like the Stahl's A to Z press, even though I think the swing away has a wasted motion, right? But if you want to talk to me right about heat presses, I'm going, if you want build and you want longevity, I'm going Insta all the way.
Yeah, without a doubt.
But them shits
But it costs the most.
Right. They have not changed in 1,000 years. They need the fucking, you know what they need? They need Stan Banks to come in there and help design the press so that we can bring Insta to life.
They are to life.
They are not.
They're everlasting.
Yeah, that's the point. You only sell them once. But that's another point.
Well, so I mean, I would not want another heat press than an Insta. But if I had to choose between the two, I'd be like, well, I need one that's.
I'm going Hotronix dual air fusion. That's what I'm going with. If I had to choose a heat press, ultimate heat press, the Hotronix dual air fusion. I don't want the fusion, the one station. I don't like the swing away with the slide out.
If I was just doing vinyl and stuff like that, I'd get by with the fusion.
Just transfers.
Yeah, so I would get by. Well, man, I've done transfers with hand iron.
I mean, yeah, who hasn't?
I've done transfers with one of the Cricut irons.
Who hasn't?
Yeah, and they're just fine. So beyond all that, you know, I think that the industry is going to grow here by a lot of groups and influencers going to China and saying, I need 250 to 500 printers, and they're going to...
Do you get bored in the industry?
Do I?
Mm-hmm.
Well, so
Like before DTF, because I know there's a lot of learning.
Well, I was doing rhinestoning. I miss some of that stuff. I miss rhinestoning, and
I agree.
you know,
I miss my easy weed electric.
DTF has spoiled me, man. So like I refuse to weed something. I have not weeded something complex.
I had to do a
in
job.
So long.
I had a girl dropped it off. I had COVID around Christmas time, but she dropped the shirt off, and I just got it to her like the end of last month since Christmas. And then I'm like, I just gave her $20 back, and I just didn't do it. But it was like vinyl. I just couldn't bring myself to do the vinyl. It was the simple. It took me. I think I did it on live. I was talking, playing around, showing people or whatever. It took me like 30 minutes, but it would really like I was trying to perfect the design and play with it a lot.
Yeah,
right? But if I just wanted to get it in and out, it would probably took me 10, 15 minutes, right? But I'm like, I just can't bring like that $20 is no longer worth it. Like back in the day, I'm getting up. You need what? You need a shirt? Cool. I'm running across the city.
This brings me back to a story, man. And a lot of you t-shirt guys out there, you'll find this funny. You know, you jump in and you buy your printer and you think you're about to go make $100,000 a year with your printer. And you realize that your printer's a white toner printer and you just ain't going nowhere with it, right? And you get a knock on your door and it's a coach. You done printed a bunch of these shirts for a coach. He's like, man, dude, I threw these into the washer. And I'm like, well, when did you wash it? A couple days after, you know, and the shirt's cracked and now the parents are calling me. And I'm like, oh my God, you know, and I had the best heat press in the world and I realized that the product was wrong, you know. And at that time, you know, I was like, man, I should have screen printed those. And it made me get really, like I'm bored now with DTF because to be quite honest, man, I want to be able to DTF and use foil and glitter and some of the cool things that really pop. And I love to print the glitter look. I love that, dude. We have a font for it. And people really like it, but it's not glitter. So I miss some of the weeding and complex part of printing.
Every once in a while.
But that's why I wrap a card. You know, I like doing that. So I'm not just a DTF printer seller. You know, I sell rolling printers.
You really love to print.
I love to print, man. I'm telling you, I was born to print. That is my phrase. Nobody said it before me. And
guess what
I started a business with it. What?
Made to hustle.
Made to hustle. Yeah, I was born to print, man. I love it. I love to print and wrap cars, and I love to print photos. And, you know, so anyways, I lost money on that Okie, man. And both of my wives are. You guys know when you get a printer. And, you know, your wife's bitching at you, and she's like, I thought you were going to get rich off this, you know. Then you got two women, and then they're like, yeah, this is a failure, you know.
We got going down this road, brother.
Yeah, so the thing is, man, just make sure you buy a printer that can at least pay the bills of your credit card, and it doesn't require an engineer. And I see all these people, and my heart breaks for them, man. It does when I see them in the forums and they're like, man, I bought this printer from China and I don't know how to get it working, and I'm working on Chinese interpretation time. And they're like, they're $10,000 down, dude. Can you imagine the buttload of terror they would get from a pissed off wife?
Oh man, so
what's so funny, dude? I have more than one, yeah. They're all printers. They're all
not
printers.
Going there.
Why not? I'm teaching young men and men how to be men again.
Oh my gosh, can we just stay on task?
We can. When a man has.
Listen, they already want to pull the plug on my YouTube channel.
Why?
Because I'm too real, too raw.
Too raw.
I don't need your problems being interjected.
Yeah, well, you know what?
They try to cancel Rick Ross. They try to cancel everybody.
You know, it takes a family to run a business. And I've got a good family that runs this business, and I just do all the delivering and setup. You know, normally my little guy would be here, but I had to had to make a run out here, you know, deliver this printer.
Nephew was going to be born in print too.
That's why he called it.
Why doesn't Apple print?
He doesn't like it, dude. He doesn't like to print. I'm like, God dang, dude, I've taken him and printed 700 school shirts for him on my Epson P600 DTG printer that I can never understand why I'm able to print 7,000 perfect prints on that printer, but when I throw DTF ink into it, I blow a print head so fucking fast, man. I'm like, it doesn't make sense. So I put another print head in. Then I was just putting in too many print heads, man. That printer's not made for DTF. He doesn't like to print, but he's made more money than
Most people.
Yeah, dude, most people, by hustling print. So my older son doesn't
Some people
like to
make.
print.
Some people made to just sell.
Dude, my
Maybe-
daughter,
maybe-
my
maybe
daughter,
Apple
she
should just
loves
sell.
to print, man. She loves to print.
Maybe Apple should just sell.
Yeah, right. I think so. He's homeschooled, and my younger one will be homeschooled all the way through life. His next shirt I'm making him as we go to his 1-year doctor appointment, and his shirt is going to be "Don't vax me, bro." So the doctor and I are going to go round and round and round with it, and say, hey man, he was born to print. I'm teaching him to, his body is a free speech zone.
Is a walking billboard.
Yeah, it's a walking billboard, man. Another reason why, these people will print prints for $3.50, but when they buy a billboard from me, I'll print a 10-foot billboard up, and my price will be nowhere near the price of the thought mentality of a $3.50 transfer.
Yeah.
But anyways, if I had to print a bunch of,
how do we? Matter of fact, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Then I'm gonna come back with a question.
all right.
Go ahead and talk to the people about something.
Have you guys ever gotten any fights with your spouse about a printer that you bought or a product that you bought? I find these stories fascinating. The struggle, you can't, but you can. If you say, I don't give a damn what the government says, man, I want to live my life. I'm not hurting anybody. And I just want to be able to print and teach people how to print and get them loved, in love with printing. So the reason why you need, it's a great question, man. How do you screen print this? Seriously, man, how do you screen print that? The mixture of colors, right? The vibrancy of the print, you cannot screen print that. And you can't screen print, this is why I do a lot of shirts for funeral homes, rappers, and dude, they want that faded look, with the smoke and the images of people in the smoke or creatures or whatever they do. Dude, they want the print to go to that type of resolution because the need of the look. And you can't create a screen print that has a smoke effect, and it's very hard to rasterize on screen print. I don't think you can do it to the technology that we're doing it here. It's impossible.
So my question to you is, how do we fix the DTF transfer market?
You can't.
If you could, how do you fix it? How do you fix
it? So it would have to be a joint decision by everybody out there to sell transfers at a higher dollar.
I'm all about community.
They're not going to do it.
Why won't they do it?
They don't know how. They don't know how to raise their price. They prostituted the market out with these Chinese printers so bad that they got to $3. Some started at $2.50 a square foot, and for the technology and the turnaround speed, they started so low they can't bring it up. It's often said, man, if you start with a high price, you can drop 4 to 5 times before a person will buy. But if you start low, you can only upgrade your price one time before that you lose that customer. And so collectively it'll have to be done where the entire market says, if I got a Chinese Asian import printer, I'm going to be charging $750 for an A3 transfer, and it won't get there. So they could have made instant millionaires out of the people who brought printers over, and instead they chose to sell their transfer so low that they barely even broke even, if at all.
I mean, so I in my community, man, I'm all about the hustling, man. I'm all about just making money, right? As long as you're happy, do what you want to do. Shop where you want to shop.
Yeah.
Buy what you want to buy. Sell what you want to sell. Like, I don't have a print method. Like, I don't hate a print method. I think everything has a perfect situation. And if your situation is this, it might be a DTF printer. If it's not, it might be super color. If not, it might be top transfers. If not, it might be whatever it is, right? All of these different scenarios for the industry. And I feel like it has to be fixed. Because at the end of the day, like, not that, okay, let me not say it has to be fixed, right? But ultimately out here, if you're not making money and you're not making money to do what you want to do, right? Like me personally, I love to educate people and do what I'm doing, right? So now I shift my business in that direction. Over time, it changes. You have the right to change your mind. When I first met you, you were printing transfers a little bit more than you are now. You flying back or riding back and forth to a shop. Now you're like, you know what? I don't want to do that no more.
I got smart, man. I got smart and realized
and that's
that
what happens over
others
time.
could be trained to work in my position.
And why am I doing this, right?
Right,
And that's
right.
where it's like, okay, cool. I can train anybody to operate a heat press. You can't get yourself out of a screen print shop. You can't get yourself out of a DTF printer once you get it because it's a actual trade. And people don't.
Well, you get locked into it.
Yeah.
So you're so locked into keeping that DTF printer running that you can hardly move to another product to pick up, and pick up and make money with it. But those that can find that combination to eco-solvent or latex print with their DTF printer, they already understand.
I think most people won't get themselves out of the business. It's not easy.
Yeah, no.
Like to build it up so that you got an employee, and then maybe you get an employee, maybe you get 2 employees. But to build a business, to actually not own your job, but to build a business is not easy. And I think that getting into this, like even just like bro, screen print is not that hard. But the process of screen printing to run a business, it is a lot of work. You have to.
Well, and that everybody thinks, if I buy the bigger sublimation printer, if I buy the Epson F6370, and I buy a big, huge Geonite heat press, man, I'm going to be able to make so much money. And so I've sold those systems to people, and I come back a year later. What happened, man? I taught you how to print. You've got a great printer, and they're like, dude, I can't. I'm not good at the artwork, and I'm like, why didn't you hire an artist? That's where your ability to grow is going to be found, is by hiring an artist.
So what I'm saying is, if you find the right employee to keep the DTF machine running, the problem is finding the right employee.
Yeah.
The problem is that, right? Like
that has to become the owner.
For example, in high school here, there's a trade. Like these are trades. And people are getting into them from home, and now finding the right printer, it's a level of dedication, like he just said, that has to become the owner. Right? That person has to care about what it is that they are actually doing and operating them. I mean, this isn't a 15-hour, in all honesty, to me, like some of these jobs aren't $15 an hour jobs,
right,
per se. Now, if you got a well-oiled machine, and what you're asking a person to do for a single person, like if you go to a big screen print shop, the person printing ain't burning the screens. You know what I'm saying? They're not like, but when you are doing what you're doing and you doing 15 things and you hire the next person, you can only hire that person. Really, you should only be hiring that person to do one thing, right? And if you're the printer, you should be hiring them to do the admin. If you're the admin, you should be hiring them to print. They shouldn't be trying to become you inside the business.
Well, in our case, it's keeping the printer running.
Right.
Right. So that's why I think the desktop versions, man, are so complicated, because they're just not made for this type of, product. You get to the industrial printers and you can print and make money with them, and then you get to the Chinese printers and you can print, very vector art graphics, and you can make money with them. But then if that printer goes down, you are screwed. So
to answer this, so here there is one trade school that has the graphics and the little bit of screen print and stuff. You're right. It's not taught anymore, right?
Yeah, my son's school had a print shop in previous COVID. They announced they were closing it down. They closed it down. Did they close the screen printing and eco-solvent car wrapping printing down? The students wouldn't get involved, and the problem is nobody wants to screen print, man. They're beyond that technology now, when you can just get and I even took my industrial printer to the school. I'm like, you don't have to, this will carry us into the future. Children will love it. Printers will love it because it prints full photos and you can put them on shirts, and they still shut it down, man. They just had a bad instructor, a big old heavyweight. A guy was overweight and just was really hard to deal with, and it's shut down. All schools all across the country have lost their trades.
I brought that up because people want all the answers for free on the internet right now. right? Like they don't want to go through the learning curve. And what I'm saying is,
I know, dude. That's a problem, man.
this to actually become a screen printer is a trade. You're forever going to be learning, right? Like electricians got to get recertified every few years. Like in the print industry, you don't necessarily have to do that, but you have to put that amount of work. You should be going through apprenticeship in doing this stuff. Now we skip the process and everything has become more accessible at home, but that doesn't mean you don't need to be learning. You can't stop learning.
You always got, so anybody can put in ink into a printer and print transfers. You know, but if they don't learn the function of the printer, so long if you went to sleep.
Yeah, there's a couple people going out.
Yeah, if they don't learn the function of the printer, dude, they're gonna starve to death and grow out. There's a girl on YouTube, and she's a I don't know her name, man. She was printing with an Epson 4900. She
hold on, I'm gonna cut you off on this one. I gotta read this because it talked about something we talked about earlier about humidity and stuff. So it says, "How are you, brother Ernest?
Hi.
How are you, T-shirt size? Hi." It says, "I want to know something. I have gone through my Epson 1400 and my Epson 1430. I printed over 500 transfers. I have a technician, and they said to have high humidity, but I've gotten 65% humidity, and I'm still having issues with my white. My whites are not very strong. What is your recommendation? Everybody loves the 1400 and 1430. Thank you for your advice and your help. You guys are awesome. You guys are talking about the $83 and dollar per print, but it's difficult to really eat at that price when you are pressing."
Solving humidity, man. Humidity is what I call, you know, not only are you married to your ex-wife who now lives in a one-bedroom efficiency apartment with you, that's your DTF printer, right? Now she's on her period. And that's the humidity problem. You know, and the humidity problem, yeah, well, I don't know what to say, man. You know, it's, I don't know. I mean,
I'm cool with
I don't have this problem, but I do listen to other people, and you know, they don't like their spouses after they break up and everything. So, you know, this complicates the problem. Humidity is something that you know, I have this, you know, this one jerk of a person, you know, who got a printer from me at a trade show. And you know, when I sell printers to people, I sell printers and I tell them, hey, listen, you buy a printer, and if you want training or anything like that, that comes later. Right now, you're just buying a printer. And so, you know, he's screaming at me, why is my film dripping on my ink dripping on my film? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't live where you live. How the hell am I supposed to know that? Do you have a humidifier in there? You know, do you have a humidity sensor in there? No. And I'm printing just fine. And I leave and the snow hit, all kinds of problems, and the film is just running off. And I'm like, well, you got to go in and change your dot size. You know, you got to start screwing around with the ink.
When I start, I just want to quit.
Yeah.
Like, so even with me, right? Like, I think sublimation conversion is it's just pretty much, it's simple, right?
There's no conversion. Where that term came from,
because it's not made for it.
Right, it's some novice.
It's just changing your ink.
Right, some stupid idiot out there came up with the phrase, oh, if I use the word converted, you know, which you're just putting ink into a printer and print, right? There's nothing converted about it. You're not changing out the lines.
The only reason I think Sawgrass is worth it is because it's a system.
Yeah, dude, it teaches you how to print circles.
It's a system. I don't want to think about this. I have a degree in computer science, and I'm telling you,
so if you're printing with a Sawgrass printer and if you're using the VPM manager, that's telling me that you don't know how to make shapes, you don't know how to make measurements, you can't, you know.
I do though.
Huh?
I do everything in Photoshop and I put it in the VM manager and I print. I don't want.
So why not just print directly from Photoshop to the?
Because
Sawgrass.
Then you got to play with the colors.
So get your cartridges.
I don't want to.
Get your cartridges and ink from I sell the same ink that goes in there. Get them from Ink Out. They come with profiles.
I don't want to.
Why would you want to spend?
I don't want to load a profile.
Why would you spend the exuberant amount of money to buy that ink right
because
there?
I'm not cheap. You know how much it takes 4 shirts to pay for an ink cartridge. Well, you know how many more shirts you get after that? Like people, like I'm selling a sublimation shirt for $25.
Right.
Probably $35. Right. Somewhere about 30, 35.
Sawgrass is just buying rebranded sublimation.
No question about it. But why do people get so caught up in these ink cartridges are expensive. If you make 4 shirts,
Yeah.
you just pay for one. So which means you got 4 cartridges, right?
Right.
Times 4 shirts.
Yeah.
That's 16 shirts.
Right.
Everything else is fucking profit. Why the
So
fuck do
I
you
look
care?
at it like this. What why buy that when you can buy an Epson F570, get the
Well,
ink
now
roller and
you can. Before,
But still, if you buy the Epson, you have to know how to print in Photoshop. With the VPN manager on that printer,
your colors and all of that is taken care of because
everything's
it's the
taken care of.
system.
Right.
That's my
Without a
point.
doubt,
I
it's
like
very
the
cool.
system, and I think the system is worth paying for.
I don't.
I do.
Because I could just teach a person how to use Photoshop like what you
And how
did.
long you gotta learn?
How long did it take you to learn Photoshop?
Years.
Good, then that's the kind of customer I want. I don't want.
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you. They don't want to put those years in. Bro, I had a stripper pole in my college dorm room. I had a computer, dual monitor setup. I'm in there. I got parties and I'm on there.
Dude, I thought
artwork
those two club workers were supposed to show up.
Oh, come on, bro.
They're coming back for your old pole days, you know. They want to see the pole in the gym.
Look,
or something.
my point
weird.
is,
I'll just stop
my
right there.
point is, like, I was dedicated to learning how to cut myself out of photos. Then I made a transition.
It makes no sense to kill yourself on a high priced item just for the system, though.
I disagree.
Because you could buy alternative cartridges for that printer.
Yeah, you could.
And you could print directly from.
But then if you buy, but listen, okay, I've done that for my 1430. I bought cheaper
You're
ink.
sublimating in it, or what?
No, this was when I was.
Oh, so you were using just for inkjet?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
So I was using for inkjet. I bought cheaper inks.
Right.
Fucked up the printer.
Well, it may have or it may not. You know.
My opinion is the second that I did this again because so when I first got it, I'm like, yo, but listen, I'm gonna get the best photo printer available. This time that was it, right?
Good printer.
And so I'm using those inks. I'm using them. I'm buying them. Then I want to get cheaper inks.
Yeah.
I buy cheaper inks. The shit messed up instantly. I'm like, damn, I should have just kept using it.
That's kind of what the DTFers don't understand in their stupidity. Is they're like, oh, I bought this ink from one company and it didn't work. And I'm like, where'd you buy your film? You know, oh, well, I got my film from here. Sometimes it's from the same manufacturer.
But it's not the same batch. They got it from somewhere else.
Totally. They never fucking get that, man. They never understand that.
Even a batch of ink is going to change. Why do you think printers keep lots of their inks?
Yeah, so until the community gets pissed off and until we start pressuring some American...
What you about to pull out of that bag?
Just a charger. Until we start pressuring American companies to get off of their asses and make the products that we want, we're going to suffer.
And that's where I come into this industry. I got a brand new... I'm going to get you one of my sweatsuits. I got a brand new sweatsuit coming out.
Are we going to space or something like that?
Nah, well, I said sweatsuit. I got an active
Did you say sweatsuit or?
Sweatsuit.
Gotcha.
I got an active fleece sweatsuit.
Yeah.
So when it's warm in Boston, if it's ever warm in Boston, I don't know if it ever is.
It does get warm in Boston.
I got a dope sweatsuit coming out called Active Fleece because I want to work with companies that want to bring us the shit that we want. I think that's over. Like the industry has not changed in so fucking long.
Oh, it's not going to change.
Shout out to companies like Bella Canvas for pushing the standard, who's going to surpass Gildan, projected to pass Gildan in 2023 because we gotta have some shit that we want. It's been the same shirts, right? And before Tory, right?
Who's Tory?
Tory he used to work at American Apparel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just take it out, pop it out. Just pull it out. He used to work at American Apparel. He helped develop the 2001.
No shit.
Right?
Yeah.
Before Tory, he now works at Bella Canvas.
Okay.
Before he created that, it was the same old stuff. These companies made our drawers. They made our tank tops or t-shirts or
it's
beaters.
Weird, dude. I don't, I just look at it this way, man. I know.
Like, why can't I find joggers in every freaking color at wholesale?
You can't because there's a shortage of products.
No, they don't even make them.
Now, it's a complex thing that I see another shift in the market now.
Even before it
got bad. China can't fly over Russia. Can't go from a Russia to Alaska drop.
Yeah.
And the problem is
I've
tracked a lot of products coming in from China when I used to buy film and ink and stuff like that. It would come from China, go through Russia, go through Anchorage, Alaska, go from Anchorage, Alaska to Chicago, Chicago to Boston. And now that you can't fly over Russia and all these sanctions in both countries, there's going to become a product shortage even more. So you're bitching now that you can't get, you know, these sweatsuits in different colors. It's only going to get worse, man.
But even before that, right?
Yeah.
Like joggers only came out in black, dark heather, maybe heather, and maybe a navy if you're lucky. Like, why does it take? I know it takes time, but they like. Here's the thing that kills me about this industry: the people who are selling you equipment never depended on selling a fucking shirt in their life, but they think they know it all.
I never thought that I would be forced, when I sell a printer, that I would be forced to be somebody's printer daddy and have to solve the basics of problem. You know, people who are buyers treat the sellers like shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because they can just be crying little babies. And Amazon has destroyed the market so bad that everybody thinks they should have something tomorrow if it's paid for.
Yeah, the Amazon effect. It's like McDonaldization.
Yeah, and so it's
the Amazon effect.
Right.
We have to operate and move so fast now because of it. I mean, it's good and bad. I mean,
hey man, Amazon's starting to sell DTF printers imported from China.
I'm pretty sure why not?
Yeah, right.
But it's a bunch of independent sellers, so you can list your printer on there.
Sure.
So it's not even like Amazon is doing it.
I won't even list my printers on there because of chargebacks, you know, in Amazon.
That's so let me get here for this, brother. And if you talked about that, we have an industrial printer, you could send it at $3, or you could sell it at $3, but in Epson converted, you could only have to sell it at a higher price. So what is it?
Can I read that?
I don't know what the heck that. I'm trying to.
JC Productions.
You can read this again. I don't know. Refund of the form where you want to get to work at. They want the lowest common denominator per print, but if you do that, we're not able to eat. But if we sell it at a higher price, they might go somewhere else.
They will, dude.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do.
That's why that's why I think having a conversation is important, right? And I think like the top DTF people need to get involved, right? Like if you think about the stuff that I'm trying to do to affect our community, and like we have a bunch of influencers. So as influencers, together we can decide and try to create things that we feel that we want to need.
I just want to work with influencers that won't lie about a product. And the number one thing I always ask an influencer is, did you get that product for free? Was it sent to you to make a video to, you know, con somebody into buying a printer that's not going to last or work?
Do you think that an influencer can get something for free and still be honest?
Sure. But they're always going to have a biased opinion. They're always going to have, because look, if I gave somebody a free printer, they would be like, oh, you know, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And they probably wouldn't discuss the negatives of the thing. Oh, you know, I may have to do some more cleaning. I may have to figure out cartridges or something like that. Whereas if you have somebody that buys a printer, and they're not complaining about something stupid, right? Mm-hmm. There's always fault somewhere. They buy a printer, I show up and they don't have their reset cartridges, and I'm like, dude, I flew, you know, for 8 hours to show up here, and you were supposed to have a cartridge that resets the cartridges, a maintenance chip, and you don't have that. How can we continue? And then they're bitching. You know, the thing is that you want a person who's honest. You want a person that says, look, man, I really.
Yeah, you got like.
I don't know.
I think you're right? And I think because I'm an influencer in the space, that having even if a person is what you say they are, like,
right,
it's because of the fact of like the industry around just being an influencer, it comes off differently. Because like for me, right? Like I stick my neck out and go after belly canvas.
Yeah, right.
Or I stick my neck out and I go out and go after Caesar, right? Yeah. And that's just because I'm telling the truth. Like, do you know how costly that is? Right? Like now
you could get dropped.
You could lose. Like I could have lost 2/3 of my income because the biggest company in the industry.
So you can't tell the side effects. You know.
I don't know anybody else who's willing to do it.
No,
outside of myself.
Nobody's gonna do it, dude. And that's why.
No, you know, brother, somebody has done it.
I tell people all the time. I'm like, hey man, in today's market, I wouldn't buy a white toner if it was given to me for $100 unless I'm printing documents. In today's market, if I had the choice to print transfers, right, or order transfers, what's the better option? I'm going to start by ordering transfers.
So the struggle with Supercolor gave you free prints, right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about this.
Because they gave who free prints?
Me.
Okay.
All right. So this is where it goes into your conversation, right? Like I get free product from anybody. I can get free product from anybody in this industry. Right. Like flat out, right? You want to bring up any company, they will pay me to come out there. The first thing that I do is I say, send me the product, show me the product.
Yeah.
I take a look at the product. I'll make them a review video. And you guys never see half the shit that I touch because if I don't like it, why would I put it out onto the internet if I don't like it?
I'm not time to bash.
I'm not here, but no, listen, I'm not here to bash any company.
Right.
And like now, if you guys have a problem with a company across the board and like the community ain't doing something that's wrong, I got no problem getting on the internet and saying, hey, Caesar, y'all doing this and this ain't right. Like, before I even go to that step, though, I'm going to say, if I got a person I can call, I'm going to pick up the phone and say, yo, hey, brother Ernest, this dude said this. Can you fix his problem? You going to fix his problem? Right. Any company that I work with, I know would do that, right? So, when you ask if Supercolor gave me free prints, first and foremost,
if you're selling transfers for that, hell yeah, dude.
No, listen. But I flew to LA on my own dime. I just happened to be tagged in Supercolor months before that by somebody from the community. I know who they were. Me, Brando, and Reyes. I'm the furthest away. Brando lives 15 minutes from Supercolor.
Wow.
Reyes lives within 2 hours, and I'm here on the East Coast. It's a 6-hour flight, right? Never been to LA. So I dropped off in LA, and I'm like, oh man, let me go check out this company. I go check out Printer Supply Warehouse. I go check out Supercolor. I see the product in my hand. I see it get pressed. I knew nothing about DTF at this time. This is January of 2020. And I'm like, bro, this is the dopest product ever. Fuck. I know it. I've been printing full color.
Without a doubt, dude.
Inkjet transfers.
The only reason.
F&M transfers, full color product. I hated selling that shit. But I had to because it was the best that I had.
At that time.
At that time. I was selling it to a yogurt shop. We hated going back and seeing the shirts later because they looked so fucked up, right? They
pre-order. It's like the Supercolors, they make great screen print transfers. And I make my own, so that's the only reason I don't order from them. And then my sizes are bigger than theirs.
Yeah,
you know, I have a bigger.
I mean, me personally, like if you think about, so even like somebody might say something about me using a Cameo 12-inch cutter. I got fucking. If I go to the other store, I still got a printer in the box.
Yeah.
I had a US cutter.
You got a Cameo over there?
No, I got one here, but I got the big Cameo in the back over there, the
Pro. Yeah.
But in the other shop, I got like an Edge. I had a US cutter, big one. I never use them because I don't like printing decals. I don't want to freaking do. I don't like installing big decals. I just don't have the coordination.
You probably would if they were eco-solvent or latex printed.
Well, I don't.
You don't want to weed all that.
I don't. Like, I went to do an install. I try everything once. You know, like we all do when we first get into the industry. You try every print method, right? So I come to, and I had a workout gym. I'm installing this thing. I got the company to print it over here called Aztec, a guy who visited me in college at my school. He runs the business. I got them to print the first one, the large one. Because I'm going to test it. I'm not going to go buy a printer and then, you know, I'll test it out. I'm like, bro, I don't have the cord. Not that I don't have the cord. I don't have the patience to be like on the wall. And if, you know, like if it folds over.
If you get it right, if you get it angled just a little bit, they're all pissed off.
It looks, like, I don't have the, like, I don't have the patience. But if it was my shit, I'll do it one time and I'll make it perfect.
Yeah, right.
But to do it all the time, it's just not how I want to spend my time. So I'm not. So I'm perfectly fine with a 12-inch. I never really go bigger unless I'm trying to do something experimental. But in this industry, even when I came in screen printing, a 12 by 12 was all the fuck you needed.
Well, the children weren't as big. Now the
even the adults.
So I mean, I print for schools too, and man, the children in the 6th grade are 3Xs. I'm like, please run that by me, how that's even happening, you know, because they're beyond my 12 by 12 inch prints. You know, now they're needing a 16 by 20, or it looks weird on their body. So that you know, that may not be everywhere, but the children are just getting bigger now. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think like what you would call it. I tried their product, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't like it.
Who's that?
This company right here. They asked me to fly out there. They flew a few people out there. I tested the product. I didn't like it. I was gonna actually use it when I was in the.
Everybody can print and make their own
It's
super
not-
color process. I've
If
been
they
doing
want
it
to.
for years, man.
Yeah,
But if I could have somebody print the transfers for me on that process and get an exact color code match, and like every printer here, this is a freebie, guys, right here. Every printer here, you need to have a NIX. And what a NIX will do is it'll let you scan a color code like that pink right there
and give you the
and give us
How
the
much is
exact hex code. I don't know, a couple $100. But this is the best product that you can get. And you guys know I'm all about profiling my colors so that everything matches or gets very close thereby. You know,
I have a video. I have videos.
to be able to order transfers and say, hey, super color, you know, I need a bunch of these, and the customer paid a reasonable rate. So DTF should have been in that price range. DTF should have started at a more expensive rate than super color, because the capability.
Everybody comes into an industry,
Yeah.
right? And even like, okay, I can talk about this openly, like Circle Clothing, right? They come into the industry with a great hoodie, a great product, right? And they're selling it at yielding prices. Why? Because they want market share, and the only way that they can do it with the easy way to do it, it's hard to build a fucking brand, right? It's hard, and people can't equate, they can't put a cost on it or any of that stuff, right?
Right.
So all they can compete on is price. That's it. And when you only compete on price, you hurt the entire industry. And like, bro, you can get a Gildan shirt, or you can get a Bella Canvas shirt. It's up to you what you want to do. At the end of the day, right? I don't want shiny transfers. I don't like any shine to them. The closer the matte, the better the product looks to our eye. We equate with our eye shiny as cheap, right? And then we also equate the heavier, like on the garment, the heavier the garment, the more it's worth.
Right.
That's just naturally how we go. So don't give me a full color. Don't give me a full color transfer that has a shine to it or crack ruffled edges with a thick ass glue line around it. I'm cool off of that. Also, opaque. Don't show me a white print. Don't show me a white shirt. Show me a black shirt. I want to see it on black. I want to see if the designs and the prints are opaque. I do not use 15-cent transfers anymore, because anytime I printed a yellow on a black shirt, I've seen fibers. It starts looking like that milky.
Stay. Hold on, I'll be right back. Let me get something.
That milky yellow. You know what I'm saying? So, listen, you guys want to go at the cheapest price in the world, and you go at the cheapest price in the world. But, you know, I elect not to put out negative content towards companies. I got no horse in the race. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, there's a lot of different aspects, and I think a lot of people who are making content aspire to be in certain places. But, yeah, pull the door towards you, that door, and then turn probably the opposite way of what you're turning. I think it's to the right. There you go.
Man, that's weird.
Yeah, no. I opt, you know, I print where I print. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, as you elevate to the top of where you are in any industry, you know, people gonna have a leg up. But I did this shit every day. I'm a screen printer. Look at somebody's story, who me. I started out screen print. I made the transition to a heat press for a certain reason. And then listen to what you hear when these people are translating from one thing. I'm a screen printer. Now I'm ordering transfers. Why? Because it saves me time. I don't have to do all of this stuff. This is stuff I've been saying for years. Literally stuff I've been saying for years.
When the door's locked, you afraid somebody's gonna run in or what?
I just locked the door. Brother Ernest, I'm from these streets. I'm cool. I feel at home. I feel safe.
Yeah, no problem.
Take me out there where you wouldn't take me to pick up them printers. I don't feel safe.
Oh, yeah, right, in those areas, man.
Anywhere.
Weren't those some nice homes?
Some nice homes, and I don't feel safe. We got a different set of problems around.
So what's going on there? Just
if people want gang sheets, they should buy it at $8 to $10 a sheet, no questions asked, because of
the work.
How it is fair to the printer, because each printer could be $1 or $2. I think that's fair. No, I agree, man.
That's not going to change. In no
Yeah.
time in the future is anybody with the Chinese printers going to raise the price and charge what they should. It's too late.
If you're getting into, in my opinion, if you're getting into DTF transfers, to sell DTF transfers, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you. That's just my opinion. Unless you're going to be the top distributor, but if you're going to do it with anything that's not going to produce you 10K a month, 20K a month, if that is not your goal, I don't know what the hell you're doing. Because I still stand by the fact that I do not want to sell $10 prints.
Well, I mean, I would sell a 12 by 18 for $10. What's happening?
No. You said you were what?
I'd sell a 12 by 18 transfer for, $10. Especially if it's ganged up,
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I think to answer your question, the struggle, people like what they like, bro. I'm cool. I do this shit every day. Like, this is what I do. Even in the midst of me not being able to travel, I got jobs that are being done on a regular basis, even though you guys don't see me print, right? And I think everybody's business model and how they want to run different things, and even running their YouTube channel, I want everybody to go get everything that's due to them. So, if you charge for a video, then you should charge for a video. If you do it for the people and what you do, you should do it for the people. At the end of the day, I'm here to help people. And that's that. You know what I'm saying?
It's a good goal, man. Sometimes your help, though, can be mistreated by the receiver, dude. And
always.
So I helped somebody a long time ago, and they bought a P600 from me. And I said, you know what, man, I'm not selling you that printer because it's going to break down. So I gave them an Epson 3880, which is the best 17-inch 180 nozzle printer in the market. And it turned out to be, a person that bitched and complained, and they're still using the printer today. And I look back on that and I think, man, everything I did by getting that guy a better printer that's going to last longer than the P600 was turned against me in a way that, the proper thing and the proper advice and the care and concern to sell them something that would last. People won't take concern when you're good to them. They don't want to be good to you. They want to know what's financially in it for them, how much they can screw you over on your cost to get a cheaper cost to sell somebody that's going to buy that product one time and then burn off.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, people
it's a
shop.
Vicious cycle.
People, you got to shop where you like to shop.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And I think, like, at the end of the day, when it comes to what company you want to shop with any of this stuff, who you want to rock with and do and all of that stuff, I think the world is under a place where, because of social media, everything is like just right there.
You're held as a prisoner on social media.
Yeah.
I fear for these people out there that are just going around buying up printers, online, and then selling them to other Facebookers, and they don't even understand the basics of the printer. they can run a cleaning, they don't understand the codes, and they've got their own image printed on a bottle, and when shit hits the fan, dude, they're going to get a nasty charge back or not have the availability to fix the printer because people don't understand it. When you buy a printer, they're used printers. You can't offer a warranty on a printer unless you know how to repair the printer in all cases.
Yeah, facts.
Especially when you can't even get the same printer. It's a struggle to even find the same printer in the same city or same.
You want to know what I think is funny? And I think earlier you said like no American company would get behind until somebody gets behind and sets the standard. I feel like Supercutters for inks and the films and all, like just the DTF world as a whole. There's no standard, right? And I feel like in the world of transfers, especially when it comes to anything full color, Supercolor has set the standard.
Well, the standard was already set long ago. It's not a new process.
No,
but 25 years long.
Yeah, but in the world
well, they set the standard of high prices.
Nobody knows.
They set the standard of value.
Yeah, definitely.
And nobody
for properly valuing their product.
Right. Nobody wants to pay a valuable price, man. And so, I mean, I kind of see something forging here, but it's like there's very little future at their prices. However, they're going to succeed because America's big. And there's enough customers out there who will pay their prices. And maybe they don't want the bottom feeders. I know how much it costs, penny on the dollar, to do their process. I've done it of all the materials. And when I got to print, 500 of the same items, I'm not going to DTF print that.
At all.
I'm going to hybrid print that and, charge a very, very, very comfortable rate. All Supercolor did is set the price. This is the value of our product. The colors are nice. The colors are phenomenal. And like 2 other companies have utilized this process, Instagraphic. They have their transfers or full colors, which are the same process, but it's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
To where you're looking at like $12 a sheet for that right there. So those companies that have set the value, man, hats off to them. And the ones that are just out selling for a low dollar market, man, they're gonna fade out. They'll be here tomorrow and they'll be gone the next week. So anyways, what's he saying?
I've been looking towards DTF. Money is tight. I hope I can buy a DTF printer. It will help my life so much. Roland 28 or Coleman type printer. Hope you see this.
So Roland BN20 is a great printer. They're slow.
I think they want to send me one.
A Roland? You can make some money with them. They're just very, 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 very slow.
In comparison to...
They're like having an L1800.
But you can't, you get what you pay for. If you want something faster, you're going to have to spend 10 to...
You're going to have to pay 15 grand starting.
15 grand, right?
Right.
So if I'm getting something for 4, what the fuck do I expect?
Is that how much the BN20 costs now for?
I think it's 4 or 5 grand. It's like 5. It's not more than 5.
It's like 65 to 7,000.
Okay, well the 20A, the A version is without the white, and that's 5 grand. And then I think the BN20.
Dude, so this is the thing, right? I've been working with Roland, and the thing we're trying to find are the 1-pass printers. And so we're trying to unlock the firmware, and that's about the latest thing that's coming, and we're nowhere close to. But if you could get these Rolands that are the white printers, and they all do 1-pass, that's a DTF printer, because that's all the DTF printers from China are rebranded eco-solvent printers, but they can't unlock the firmware. So
all right, so it says, Brother Ernest, 2 years ago when you started the journey with DTF, you're the first person that started it. Are you the first person to do DTF? Awesome.
On the small printers, yes.
Yeah. And that's awesome. You said it. That was very, very difficult for people to really do this now. Now everyone and their mother is doing it. Doing it now. Major companies like Stars Air, I don't know, as well as Call Bessie Well, no, it's like no. Read them exactly what it said. And so many other companies are into DTF, but they're calling it different. They're calling it. They're calling a different market has changed. Do you ever imagine that it was? Did you ever imagine it was going to be the way it is now? If you had to look back, so 2 years ago, did you see it being here where it is today?
Sure.
God darn, you could have asked that so much simpler.
Yeah, absolutely, I did. That's why I started. That's why I started hoarding printers and getting them serviced by Epson, because I knew everybody was going to be into the DTF market.
I would agree. I think from some of our conversations off camera, that you knew, like when you around people who are doing this every day, like any style of printer, right? Like people don't respect people in this industry who don't know what's going on, right? And then when you get around like the top people in this like in the industry, you talk to a sales rep, they only know what's going on today, right? They know a little bit, maybe what's going to be happening within a year. But when you talk to people who are in tune with anything in this industry, they are 3 and 5 years.
Well, yeah, so I knew that DTF was going to explode, and so I went to Epson, and my wife and I laid out a check, and we got the largest collection of these 24 and 44-inch printers in the country, and we bought them all up because they were going to send them off to Egypt. And I knew the industry was going to explode. I just kept thinking, 2 years ago that a rip would come out. I was promised a rip. I paid a lot of money for a rip and it never showed up. And I paid a lot of money to bring inks over from Belgium and then inks over from China, and I never thought COVID would hit us. And I just knew this thing was going to explode, and all the smaller desktop printers would be, stalked out, by everybody in their bedroom, who's now a printer knowledgeable technician. And, prior to DTF, they never even fucking owned a inkjet printer. And, or they used an inkjet printer to sublimate, and they thought they became a badass. And I'm like, dude, anybody can sublimate. The ink is made for that kind of printer. So I knew that would happen, and I knew that everybody would become knowledgeable, and I knew that everybody in their bedroom could call up a few companies and get their inks branded. And that's why I quit branding my own ink, for one thing, because now if you brand your own ink and you get a bad batch of ink from China and that gets into just 2 people's hands, they're going to trash you to hell. And they're never going to consider that nowhere in your shop do you have ink. Do you make ink, or do you grind the ink down? So they'll just blame you for their ink. And, I knew it was going to grow. And here's what I knew was going to happen. China would invade their own sellers. And that's what happened, with the Oddly sales. Is now China sells the Oddly right here in America, right under their dealer. And the Subly Star printers doing the same thing. And so China is not only destroying their market, they're infecting the market and creating, the profit to go to them. Well, knowing that, I bought up all these American printers, but I spent all my money buying American printers that I didn't spend any money locking down that ink and film for a perfect combination. And so I see the errors coming, the problems heading up, and I don't see a American company saying, yeah, man, we can make that film. We can make that ink. I don't see that anywhere in the future.
Yeah, but even if it did, the shit would cost so much.
Good.
Yeah, but then nobody will buy it.
Right, because
then they got to really charge for
it. Because keep sucking China's ass until the market's destroyed again and again and again. And tomorrow, China's doing more printing in America than Americans.
I think that's the problem with
everything.
Everything in the here, period. That's everything. It's not like it's not exclusive to us.
Right, and without a doubt, dude, Walmart gets all their products from China and they get rebranded with American wording.
Yep.
So we have to the industry has to come back to a standard of the maker. Right now, we're not makers; we're just buyers who are reselling a product.
We're never going to. I don't think the U.S. ever gets back to manufacturing. People don't want to work.
Right.
Like
I
flat out.
offered this guy $700. I'm like, drive for me, just go from Boston to Virginia Beach. I'll give you $700, a sack of weed, and I'll
Come
fly
on,
you
why
home.
you gotta always go there?
Because it's legal in my state. Why am I worried about it?
I don't just go
I
there.
offered him all this, right? And he's like, he's unemployed.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, yeah, man, it's just too much time. I'm like, you don't want to go make $700 in 20 hours? And he's like, no, nobody wants to work.
Yeah, nobody does. I think that is like probably like the part that is
They want everything given to them.
yeah, even
Yeah.
so the difference is when you take a like it says Epson has Epson China, right? When you take like Apple isn't made in America, it's designed here.
Right.
But what happens is if you are an American company and you work on American standards and take it overseas for labor, you bring in a quality product per se, right? The problem is not that they're developing a product and then they're taking it to be manufactured somewhere else to a standard. What's happening right now is China's making these machines or these products or these things. They don't have a standard. They're just making what the hell they can make as fast.
Companies are reselling those products.
They're just making what they can make as fast and as cheap as possible. That maybe suffice, but at the end of the day, all of these companies are taking the product, changing the color, maybe changing the shell a little bit, and they're sending it to you. They're changing the packaging, they're changing this, and they're just sending the same product out. And it's not to a U.S. standard. It's just a product that has a label on it, right? And this is where I say, like, I'm going to be bringing you guys a screen press that's an inline press made in America, made by hand by this guy, right? And it's so much respect goes into it because you can see the amount of the work that goes into what is actually happening. Like, if you go visit Vastex, you can see, if you go to their facility, even though they don't rock with me, and that's a whole nother story.
I'm a Vastex dealer.
But if you go, have you been to their facility?
Sure, multiple
I love
times.
their product, right? But if you go to their facility, they powder coating, they are molding, they're doing everything right there.
That's why I sell the product. It's an American-made product.
It's just
and there are cheaper printers from China, and they may work faster, but I want to support the American. And then people say, well, what about I imported some product from China and now I distribute it. Why aren't you helping me? Because there's makers here that I'd rather work with and
it's hard, and honestly, it's hard for a company. Let's say, well, maybe when you build brand, it's harder for a company like Vastex, like to compete on a sense of like
charge a price of what it's worth.
Yeah, because you talking about you can go overseas, imported product that's $2,500 that's going to cost you $6,000 from Vastex. Right? If you think about the equivalent of a Ford station or whatever the case is, right? And a company who, even if they develop their product here, they take it overseas with standards, they manufacture it overseas, they can still sell that machine at $4,000 when it should be $6,000 because it was made here in America. I'm just throwing numbers out there, but understand the equivalent to what's going on. You got a U.S.-based, made in America product that has to be at a high premium.
Yeah, so it's like the Vastex
D1000.
That's a $2,750 unit MSRP.
Yep.
And then you've got Chinese units out there that are at $950. It's hard for an American company to come out and...
You got to build brand.
It's not only do you have to build brand, people don't give a damn about brand anymore as long as they can print with it, for 6 months.
And I agree. Does the shit work or does the shit not? Does it meet my standards of what it is? At one point, 15-cent transfers and F&M full color met my standard, right? Like it was all I knew. But as you know,
there's some cricket mamas that have these shops that are doing $50,000.
Yeah,
it's amazing. You look on TikTok and some of these channels, and you see these girls that are just buying transfers from F&M transfers.
So Ernest,
and they're making $50,000 a month, dude.
Why not use USA ink in your printers?
There is none. So there is STS.
Yep.
And STS is CMYK is formulated here in the United States, and I don't know about the white. We don't know if the white's imported or not, and the problem is that because the inks are made here in the United States, they're very unpredictable.
Mhm.
The good thing about STS and why I use STS inks in all my printers, and now I'm kind of moving away from it, is because they can always make a rebatch. But the white is very inconsistent. Man, it pisses me off at times. There's not a USA company making white ink other than them. And I think in my own skeptical thinking that their white ink may not be made here. It may be imported in from the United or out of the United States because the color never matches.
Don't they have to disclose that though?
No. They can, you know, companies can disclose any fucking thing they want. And it's almost, how are you going to prove it, you know, that they're getting the ink elsewhere? You got a spy there? You know, there's no way to do it, man. The only way you can prove it is my God, you know, I just filled up my white ink and now it's gray. It's not white anymore. I've lost the white. So, you know, the reason I use STS in the printers is because they share a warranty in the print heads, as long as their ink is being used.
Do you know JC Productions?
No.
He said he's the only blind person printing DTF in the U.S. He's blind.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Is that like fully blind or legally blind? I think there's like levels.
There's
to
a
blindness.
difference. So my wife's father was legally blind, but he could still see.
Yeah. I think I'm legally deaf when you start talking about some shit I don't want to hear.
Oh, no,
Nah.
yeah. You know, well, I can't. You know, I was gonna say.
Here you go.
Yeah. You know, I'm glad a blind person is printing, or you know, a deaf person, or even handicapped people. You know, rock on. It'll work out, and I hope your transfers sell and you make money. Other than that, the industry is going to change only by people buying printers from China and having them imported in and branding it as their own. And they're going to be, you know, Epson Chinese printers, and shit's going to hit the fan when they can't repair them.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be afraid of any company out there importing a bunch of DTF printers, and they're going to sell them all without having gone through the maintenance and the tear apart of the printer, the replacement of the parts, and then they're going to work on Chinese printers. And I would just say at that point, man, hey, listen, I'm a cricket mama. If that's the case, I want to be printing and working. I don't want to be buying some piece of junk import that's not going to work, or I'm going to need a translator to get it repaired. So that's how the industry is going to change. And maybe we can put enough pressure on these companies out there to make US ink. And so that it gives us an option, and it gives us, you know, to where I don't have to sell bottles and worry about the colors being wrong. And so there's you know, a long way to grow. And hopefully this year we'll see, you know, DuPont or Kodak come out with their own ink, but it's going to be expensive. You know, it won't be this, you know, $30-$40 a bottle.
No, I think you're right. What else we got?
I don't know, man.
Any more questions out there? Still got 50 people watching.
Really? They must be crazy DTF printers.
Hmm.
If you're in the Boston or New England area or New York, give me a call. You know, maybe Stan and I will come out and set up a printer where you're at. And, you know, at least you can have a good American printer that won't be a headache. You'll still have a little headache, but it won't hurt that bad.
Man, listen. I don't know.
I've got 68 printers in the market right now. And all of my problems and all of my woes and sorrows with printers came from the little desktop printers. You know, all the trashing and thrashing and shit like that people have done about it.
Because you were selling to people who didn't know what the hell they was doing. They didn't know what they was getting into. I think, like, you know, like, man, I can't say it enough. No matter what's going on, people want the shortcut answer, right? Like, they want it done and solved.
I've stuck consistently with one ink, and that's the STS inks. And that's because the inks are supposedly made here in America. And that's a huge claim. And so I think in the back of my mind, why not help an American producer? But there's some failures along
And
the
I
way.
know you tried, like with STS, you tried. I remember you was excited about STS inks. I remember like stuff that we talked about on camera. I remember when you were excited about Codex inks.
Yeah, never manifested.
Yeah, and I remember these conversations about, man, this is gonna come, it's gonna be game changing, and then it just didn't happen.
I know.
Like some of this stuff has not been
There's
rectified.
got to be a problem in the white ink as to why an American company cannot match
How
the
come?
consistency
Well,
of the
you know
white
who
ink.
can?
Who?
You should try this ink and see what happens running through a printer.
Who? Omni's ink. Omni's ink is imported Chinese ink and rebottled.
No, but they mix their formula there. I've been. They got a chemist on staff.
Yeah, same thing STS says. They always have a chemist. They may
But I've been
be
there.
making the CMYK. It would be very questionable if they're granulating the white.
I mean,
And if they were granulating
I
that,
can't-
don't you think some of the biggest DTF sellers out there would quit selling China ink?
I can't say, but think about this. Omni sells it proprietary for their machines.
That's horseshit. They're Epson print heads.
Okay, but it's their ink.
So they're selling your printer. They're selling
is,
your printer, and the ink is in a bottle, and they're saying that's proprietary ink. And
Not-
people find out that's bullshit because
But-
they
but-
take
but-
cheaper ink and put it in their printer and it works.
What I understand is proprietary, meaning like it's profiled, all the stuff that you talking about. They do all of that with their stuff.
Well, you can profile
Yeah,
your
but
own
bro,
your own
you
ink
talk-
with the
People ain't-
Nix.
Who's fucking capable of doing that, brother Ernest?
Anybody that has a Nix.
Brother Ernest,
Why?
how much is that?
We'll look it up. I know what it pays.
Just give me a number.
So I think my wife wouldn't have paid more than $150 for it.
I think they cost a little more than that.
No way.
I think so, but we can look it up. But the point I'm making here is the people who are buying these desktop printers aren't.
They're not going to buy. They're not going to buy this. Right.
So they're not color profiling. Even experienced printers aren't color profiling. You know how much
there is a problem
do you
with
know how much
DTF in
ink-
that the colors are never going to match.
Do you know how
Pantones.
much? Do you know how much ink I mixed as a screen printer?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man.
It just doesn't have. Why?
The
why,
DTF
why the fuck
inks.
do I want
The
to waste my time?
The DTF inks are never going to match the Pantones of screen printing colors, and we're in the infancy of this. We don't.
I
know.
think you should get some of their ink and try it.
And throw it in one of the printers. I mean, I'm always open for it. Hey, listen, man. Only 9 people in the world listen to me, so they're probably all full with the liters of ink they've got already.
Only 9 people?
Yeah.
Who? I'll listen to you.
Yeah, so that's 9 people.
But no, I think you should try it. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't know enough about that side to know that, but I know that I've been there. I've seen their batches come off. I've seen like how they catalog their batches of ink. Now, if that's imported and they only doing certain colors, I can't say. But what I can say is that I've seen it set up. And I know it was that because I know they mixing a real mixing for the screen print area, a screen print ink manufacturer looks like. And when I'm talking about the hard chemicals that are going into it, all of that, I don't know the names of them, but the drums and all of that stuff, I seen what that looks like, and I seen it here.
I'm happy to help any American manufacturer.
I mean, I'm pretty sure a lot of this shit is imported.
Well, yeah, of course.
And even if they import the parts and they mix it here for whatever their specifications is, I mean, that's commendable because you can't get everything here. Even like made in America shit, the supplies come from somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't getting the cotton from here. I mean, and if you are, how much are you really making if there is enough to even make it? Like, it's really, really tough, I think, for an American-based company to be American all the way through and through, right? And I think that's where all of this comes from, especially and also still have a competitive product, right? I think that's where the levels are. There's made in America, there's developed in America, and then there's rebranded and sold in America. You know what I'm saying? You got those 3 levels, and everything has to be priced accordingly. You know what I'm saying? And it's honestly, it's kind of a little disheartening that I agree with you. The DTF market can't be fixed because it's too many people out to be the lowest guy in the room.
Yeah, somebody can't buy, an Asian printer and then come out and say, I'm going to charge $8 a square foot. So you've already limited your income the moment you buy one.
Yeah. I mean, but who wins in the pricing war? Who wins? The consumer wins.
Well, China wins.
Well, the consumer wins. It just across it, forget the country, the place, or the product. In the pricing war, the consumer wins, right? If there's a pricing war, because if you want to be cheap, you go with the cheaper product, regardless of quality. Cheap people are going to go with the cheapest product, which means they will not be loyal to you ever.
Nobody's loyal anyways.
I mean, I disagree with that.
It's a thing like this. Even though somebody can go to my website and they can buy STS ink at a 10 times lower cost than STS, it doesn't matter, right? They're gonna, if it's their idea, whatever it is, that's where they're gonna go.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's not gonna be, hey man, let me buy this because Stan can make an extra 50 cents on my $5 purchase. They'd rather go get it for $4.50.
I agree with that
Yeah,
to
that's
some
weird,
extent,
dude.
but I
So
think
weird, man.
I mean, I agree with that to a 75-25%, because I mean, I think about the things that I want. I want to have a connection with. I can pick up the phone, or I have a with people. I want to do business with people that I met. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I know your son. I know, the people who I bring on my YouTube channel. I know their family. Like, I build you. If you value relationships, then you try to build relationships,
right,
and you try to go that route. You know what I'm saying? And to me, and I think it's more important now than ever in our community. Like, I am identifying companies who want to do something outside of sell their product, and from what I'm saying with my community, who's going to endorse an event for us to come and learn, and where they don't get any ROI. It's easy. Like, I can have any company in the industry fly me there. I can make content. They'll love to do it. I've been offered to even the company's name tonight, and I denied going because first I want to go through I go through a vetting process. I could make a ton more money if I'm gonna make a video over here for you. I'll make it for you. You pay me. You pay me. You pay me. It's easy because I have the numbers and the I've started enough trends to do it that way. But once I lock in that this is who I use, this is who I use.
Yeah, dude,
and
totally,
let's fix the company. If there's problems that I found problems in, I found problems in every company that I work with. You know what I'm saying? And whether it's customer service, whether it's a product, whether it's whatever it may be, you find, because we got flaws, we're fucking human, right? And humans are making these products, whether you know what I'm saying. I think the value of that, the relationship, is. I mean, I guess I'm old school. I value the relationship, right? And the first companies that I work with, I have a loyalty towards.
That's kind of how I am as well, and that's why a lot of people, when they tell me they buy the ink, and they're like, oh man, the color is muted or something. I'm like, send me a transfer. And I look, yeah, the ink is definitely great. It's muted out. I call up the company and they send out another bottle. I don't have to worry about it. Now I quit putting my own label on a bottle.
Yeah.
Because I don't
want to deal with it. Now you got to deal with it.
Nobody fucking appreciates a headache.
Yeah.
And that's even with regular ink, is that they're made and there could be errors in the production.
Mm-hmm.
And so now your magenta is not magenta, it's more pink. And do you call up your ink provider printing photos and say, hey man, I got a problem? Or do you just go straight to trashing them online? And no, you call them up and say, hey, there's a problem, and they print a test chart.
Today they run straight to bashing them online.
Yeah, right.
Like, they don't go through any due diligence. And I think that is, like, what I say is, give companies the what you would want your customers to do for you. Like, if you fuck something up, wouldn't you want your customers to say, hey man, can you take a look at
Dude, that
this
brings
and
me
do it
to a
right?
point. I had a guy that I sold a printer to, and he blew his print head by not putting cartridges in, 3 of his channels.
Mm-hmm.
And he overheated the print head, blew the print head, flipped the switch on his motherboard, blew the motherboard, and because the guy said to me, he's like, Ernest, this is what I did. I'm like, well, dude, I really can't cover that loss. And he's like, no, I got it. I'll get the motherboard and the print head. And he got up to printing again. There's very few customers
that'll do that.
they would be the ones that, oh, you sent me a printer with a broken or a damaged print head.
No,
You know, they'll never admit to the error. And
but that's a customer where like, you know what I'm saying? Like even so, sometimes it's like, oh man, let's say I call a company, garments don't come, or I miscount. I'm like, yo, I'm missing 3 garments. Oh man, look, I know I said I was missing some. I found them, bro. You can send me a bill for it. Like those things, everybody's trying to get over and come out ahead, but those relationships, and that's what I value more than anything, right? Like at the end of the day, you know, who's
at the end of the day, everybody is trying to scam the seller.
Crazy.
They're trying to get a lower price out of the seller when, like you said earlier, they don't even know you. You know, what's your best price? Best price for what? You know, can you give me a discount? Yeah, what do you give me in place of the discount? But there are customers that are very cool, man. Hey, dude, I get it. This is what I'm going to pay. And I tell everybody, man, do you realize that you may not be printing in a year because you gave up? They're like, yeah, then let's do it. You know, some people even say, you know, Ernest, I bought a beautiful printer from you, but I can get transfers for $3.50. You know, and they flood their printer and they just go get transfers for $3.50 because they don't have to do the work. You know, and then there's ones that want to do the work, and it's all a mystery, man, until you build that friendship first, and you have to realize that DTF will make you scream at your friends. It's that maddening, dude. It's such a unique product. One day your colors are fine, the next day they're not, and you're throwing your hands up in the air. So brings us back to the question: transfers or printers?
For me, I'm buying transfers.
Yeah, right. So for me, if I'm printing for my own customers, dude, I buy my own printers.
It's a different question.
Yeah.
For you is, would you rather be selling printers or printing transfers?
Eventually, I'm not going to be able to sell printers, dude. I don't, you know, I have a very limited number of these Epson printers, and I think that they're worth, you know, $5,000 more than what I sell them for. You know, especially because you just can't get any more. So, that being said, man, I think we're going to see a stabilization only in the ink, because sooner or later these companies are going to jump in. Epson could jump in, but you know they've got too much money in their DTG.
Yeah, but I think they have to pivot. And why? Their DTG is capable of DTF.
Right, but they don't have roll printers.
So then why you can't get their ink and why you can't use theirs?
I'm sure you could. With DTG, you're going to need a pre-treat. You're going to need a pre-treat shirt.
But they do DTF
yeah.
with their DTGs. So why you can't use their ink?
Well, you probably could.
So why don't you?
You know, let's give it a shot. Their DTG ink is going to not have some of the same properties as the titanium.
But they're using it.
They may be. Maybe
they are. They're doing it.
They're using Epson ink they're using Epson DTG on specialized DTG film. The film's not the same.
So then why you don't just go get the film?
Because I don't have a direct-to-garment printer.
What I'm saying is, why you just don't use their ink in that film?
We should try it.
I think I just came up with a genius solution.
I mean, maybe, but don't you think all the other companies selling DTF inks have already done it? Sure.
I don't know. Because why haven't you done it?
Because I'm focused on selling printers, not
ink. Yeah, but you always want the best ink. So you could just,
I gave up on that.
If you could say that Epson is doing it with their print heads, with their DTG machines, which means their DTG ink is capable of DTF with the powder, no P-treat. With the powder, no P-treat.
Well, let's go buy it. I'm an Epson dealer. I can get ink for pennies on the dollar.
So why not? Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yeah, man. I never really cared to.
And you know how it works out.
And if it, you know, we were at a convention where we used some of their ink, and I think there was some bonding issues. The way I am is I don't like to spend time working and you know,
back to it,
yeah, fixing a problem or solving a problem or trying something out. I don't want to be the crash dummy anymore.
Research development.
Yeah, dude, I don't want to do that anymore. I did research and development at the start of this DTF, and you know, I really don't want to go through that again. I've got everything kind of stabilized right now. You know, and so until I can get my hands on the DTF or DTG ink and the DTG film from Epson, I wouldn't know. If the other people are doing it, then I could buy their film and reproduce it. And maybe it won't be so clogged maintenance issue on the smaller desktop printers. So if Omni sells their own ink, we should be able to hit them up and say, hey, Omni, give me some ink. Let me try this out. And then they'll be like, you're killing our printer business, Ernest.
I mean, I don't know if they're, yeah. But I am interested to see if the DTF, the Epson ink will work.
Well, I mean, I can order some and get it to my shop in a day.
I think that's interesting, you don't think?
Well, I mean, maybe the cost is there, who knows? I just know that the DTF ink and the DTG ink, both are similar but have very, very compound issues.
But you have to agree that they're doing it.
I didn't know they were doing it. Where are they doing it on?
They're doing it with all the machine, every last DTG machine now.
Yeah, if you get a modified film, the film has to be for DTG ink.
Okay, but I'm not disagreeing with you.
And I've never had DTG.
So you just get both of them.
When
they're doing it. All American
when
is showing the F2100.
So when DTF came out, I got rid of my DTG printers.
Yeah,
and just store them.
I was talking to you back
Yeah,
then.
right. I store them. Never. I don't want to take them out. However, you know, I'll give it some research, and maybe it'll be a better product in my roll-to-roll printers.
Let me ask you what you think about this right here. Go ahead and talk.
I don't have the answers for all of these. So, somebody said they saw that ST. Well, I understand that STS granulates their own ink, CMYK, but I don't think that they granulate the white. And I could be wrong, because why all the issues? So, I don't have that answer. What's this?
It's a hoodie. It's a blank hoodie.
It's pretty heavy.
What do you think about the fee?
I like it.
How much you think that hoodie should wholesale for to the people? What you think that's
You
worth?
know, 16, 17 bucks or more.
So do you think
Feels
that,
very good,
do you
man.
think that hoodie should be on the market for $10?
No way.
When I found it, it was $10.
What's it at now?
I told them it should have been $15 when I found it.
Yeah, what's it at now?
It's at 15 now.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't do that. They
Why
wouldn't.
not?
They only went to 12. They went to 12 from 10.
Where's it
because
made at?
They were afraid. They were afraid to
Oh,
charge.
that's what I was feeling. Yeah, I knew it was a multi-blend.
They were afraid to charge what it was
It was worth? Yeah, it's definitely not.
because they want market share.
Right.
Some people and companies come in afraid to charge what it's worth. And that drives down the industry that when you're doing it as a home, take it what you keep it. When you're doing that as a small business, printing from home, or wherever you may be printing from, you guys are fighting against yourselves and causing a strain that how can you make money, $3 a transfer with 20 transfers in an hour at the best case scenario.
20 transfers an hour. What desktop printer is going to do that?
I'm saying, that's my point.
Yeah.
Like, even if you had one of the nicer printers that's doing
Right.
20 an hour, if you selling it at $3,
You're going broke.
it just.
People don't understand. They have no idea the value of a printer. And so because they think they can go pick up a printer, you know, on Craigslist or something like that for pennies on the dollar, they're going to realize that, you know, they're going to blow it up. And where are they going to find one when they blow it up? They're not charging enough. But we've talked about that. They don't care. Lower price is the way to keep in business. On that note, everybody, we're probably going to shut it down.
Brother Ernest getting tired. You getting a hotel?
I'm not getting tired, man. I want to go smoke a joint.
Oh my gosh. All right, man. You know how this goes. What are you doing? You getting a hotel or you not? You are?
I don't know, man. I'm 5 hours from where I need to be.
That ain't the answer. All right, listen, man. This was a long lie. Listen, I tried to get him to make dedicated videos on topics, and he just wanted to go and go and go. My man, Brother Ernest, stopped by the Bat Cave / whatever you want to call my spot here, and y'all know what he needs to go and do right now. So we're gonna sign off, man.
I was gonna stay on.
It's 3:30. It's 3:30 in the
3:30,
morning,
4,
man.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Who do you know is bringing you conversations like this with people like this? He just driving by, going to deliver 2 printers every day in the field, man. We talk. He's always installing.
Second printer's probably already there. Holy shit! How long have I been here?
I don't know.
What time is it?
It's 3. We got here at 10.
I got here at 10:30. Dude, we've been doing
hours.
this for fucking 5 hours.
That's what we do. I do this shit every day. Just
Man,
put me in the field.
I want to run into the hot t-shirt women out there. And I want to see what they think of all,
So you want to do a podcast with pretty women who print t-shirts?
I want to do a podcast with ugly women.
Oh my gosh. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
That's why I'm blind.
I can't listen.
Yeah, on the 6th day, God said no ugly chicks.
We ain't doing this.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm just kidding, everybody, but not really.
All right, guys, man. Listen, I appreciate y'all for hanging out with us tonight, man. Hope you guys got something out of this.
I hope you guys didn't get disappointed or depressed because I'm ragging on the low printer or the low transfer sales. Print on, be happy, make your money. If you want to sell transfers at $3, it's America. And if you want to call your son Muhammad Ali, it's a free country. And goddamn it, a man should be able to call his son Muhammad Ali.
Brother.
That's called being stoned and tired. Yeah, man. Get into printing if you can. Buy transfers if you can. Support the industry. And help people print nice shirts. Give them good transfers they can feel happy about. And don't undercut yourself. And realize there's a shortage of printers. So when somebody tells you that desktop printer is $3,500 to $4,000, make sure that when you're buying that thing, they have an Epson technician to repair it. If somebody's selling you a 7800 or a 7880 and you can find one, they're old printers, make sure the guy has an Epson technician and you're not just stuck on your own trying to get a repair done because the person that sold it to you doesn't have a technician.
I think the best advice from the night was you can't start making money until you got 24.
Till you got the basics of your printer paid for.
Until you got some extras paid for, because it's gonna happen. And if your printer goes down and you living paycheck to paycheck with that printer per se,
yeah,
your whole life is gonna collapse, man. Always, Eric, we live right now. You always gonna be robbing Peter to pay Paul. And when that machine goes down, you don't want to be on the other side of that. So I don't know what's going on, but we are getting off anyway, man. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with your boy, me and Brother Ernest. Peace.
Take it easy, everyone. Happy printing.
Missed that one. We got, I don't know how much finish that is. God damn.